Flanders fields the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row that mark our place. And in the sky the larks, still bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields.
And with that, good evening, everyone. Welcome to this November 11th, 2023 edition of the Winestream. I have my wonderful beaker of wine here, which I've already started. You can blame my personal demon Drax. I was not going to begin before the stream, but he used those wiles of his, demon powers to get inside my head and force me to do things that I would actually enjoy doing anyway, but so here I go. This particular wine is one I got at Eurofurnace. Let me pull it out of the box here. It is an Austrian wine. It is an Austrian Riesling. You can always tell the Austrian wines because they put the Austrian flag on the top there. I had not had Riesling from Austria before. It's a little bit drier than I typically go for, but it is very, very good. Oh, here we go. Here it begins. Is there a delay for anyone else or just Skylar? So somebody tell me. Well, apparently it's more than one person. All right, we're going to start OBS because OBS is being a shit. Be right back, folks. Let's see if that's a little bit better after that little delay there. So folks, let me know. Typically I have to restart OBS at least once. Thank you very much. I really can't complain. It's freeware. I didn't pay for the damn thing, but even if it's a free program, you would think that they would try to at least make it work. One of the reasons I am always reluctant when I restart OBS is it doesn't always remember my settings. Sometimes the lighting will be a little bit off. Sometimes it will be too dark or something. But this time it seems to... and Silver Fox Wolf says, I've not got any audio stutter. The image just keeps freezing. You have to imagine that posh werewolf accent of his. If the image just keeps freezing, well, that's because it's very, very cold in England. So, okay. Right. So here we are. It has been a remarkably busy month for me, this past one here. My wonderful Patreon patrons, I was not able to get around to sending your Patreon rewards out. I will double up. Tomorrow I should have some time and I will send everything out. Of course, I tell myself that. We shall see how good shape I'm in tomorrow. But I have been traveling, my goodness, quite a bit. I'm sort of at that point where when I wake up, I'm not really 100% sure where I am. But I am in my home in North Carolina now. I had a magnificent time down in Mexico, in Guadalajara, at Confuror down there. And you can contrast that with a convention I went to elsewhere. It is not a furry convention. I will not get into details unless I have a lot more to drink, so perhaps later on. But it would be impolite. My dear and sainted mother always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I'm afraid I don't have anything to say about my experience last weekend. Silent Dawn is here. Hello. Oh, and Vocal Armory is asking, what's your least favorite part of working in a lab? You really want me to answer that question, Vocal? Can I call you Vocal? Okay. I don't really have. Okay, cleaning up. I hate the cleanup. If you can have the kind of lab where you can do all the fun and then hand the dirty glassware off to somebody else to clean, that's the ideal situation. So I really don't like the cleanup because that's tedious and it's really not a lot of fun. So I'm guessing if you're talking about just lab work, that is the worst part, the cleanup afterward. And yes, Aldea Carufus, which I imagine is Aldi, aka Rufus, but I like saying Aldea Carufus, says, just like cooking. Yes, I like to cook. My kitchen's right over there. I will cook up wonderful things, and then I've got a kitchen full of dirty dishes and pots and pans stacked up. Yes, I have a dishwasher, but it's an older dishwasher. It's not magnificently efficient. You do have to get the bulk of the food and particles off of it, or else the thing will just bake them on. So I don't use the dishwasher to wash my dishes. I use the dishwasher to autoclave my dishes. And Tom Fox says the cleanup is the best part of cooking. You are a nut. There, I've said it. What else is going on here? And Bowmaker Fox, hello, as one might say, like brewing too. To be thematic, I must have missed the beginning of that statement there, Bowmaker, but hi anyway. And hello to anyone who might be watching the stream for the first time. If you are watching the stream for the first time, I certainly hope you know what you're getting into coming in here. This is not exactly high art. This is not Golden Globe entertainment here. This is a broken down, embittered old man who just drinks and talks into a camera, and for some reason people like when he does it. So there we go. Tierlin's home from dress rehearsal. Dare I ask, dress rehearsal for what? And I will not ask how it went. That is not good luck. And Vocal says, my aquaculture class is currently caring for our own tanks of critters. I have 2 tiny hermit crabs I caught just off the education dock and a pipefish. Well, tell that pipefish they need to stop smoking the pipe because that is not healthy for them, especially for a fish. And Maximus is into the final edits of the research paper. Best of luck with that. Aaron says, I missed 2 streams to having fun in VRC. Actually, I did take some time this afternoon. I thought I would try a little something. I keep hearing these people talking about AI art. And, AI art is going to ruin artists, and it's awful, and it's terrible. So I am a scientist. I don't just want to hear rhetoric. I wanted to check it out myself. So I spent some time this afternoon with one of these AI art generators. And after about 2 hours of producing horrifying images of furries with 7 fingers and 2 noses and tails growing out of their kneecaps, now I have to ask, what is the problem? I don't think AI art is as dangerous as you folks think it is, at least not the ones I tried out. Okay. There might be some people who are into multiple noses or tails growing out of kneecaps. If that's your thing, I'm sorry. I'm not judging. It's just not necessarily my cup of wine, all right? And Tom Fox says, yeah, it's a tool for artists. It is a tool to show artists what not to draw. Yeah, AI is showing, yes, here is what it looks like if you give it 7 fingers. No, you don't want that. Gummy-born is going to bed early, it seems. Oh, heavens. Almost polished off 1.5 bottles of Westgate. And yes, he did attempt to make something akin to a Philly cheesesteak. Gummy-born, you're going to have to come to the United States. I will get you a proper Philly cheesesteak. He tried substituting things that he had on hand. I believe mozzarella cheese. No, you cannot make a cheesesteak with mozzarella cheese. There are places in Philly will get you beat up for that. Let's see. people are just talking more about the AI, quote, art, end quote, so I'll have another sip of this. Yum, yum, yum. That is good stuff. Oh, and I missed what Ronnie said, and I'm glad. I wish I had not seen it. Pipefish are also known as smoked salmon. Leave the comedy to me. Thank you very much. And Silver Fox Wolf says, isn't cheesesteak just steak with cheese? Silver Fox Wolf, you also have to come to the United States. I will have to get you one. That's sort of like saying that isn't bangers and mash just, instant potatoes and store-bought sausage. No, it is not. Let's see. And Aaron Hirofluder says, if you write good instruction, you get good pictures. I wrote specifically, anthropomorphic otter with less than 7 fingers and only 1 nose and no tail growing out of his kneecap. You should have seen what that gave me. Maximus Wolf, did you receive the mail piece? I did. As a matter of fact, it's in my briefcase right now. I noticed there was a wonderful invitation in it. I'm afraid I cannot accept the invitation. I simply, it's a little too far to me to travel, but I am very grateful for that invite. Thank you very much. And the art was quite cute. And Tom Fox says, may I send you some pieces that show the actual quality so it might change your mind? Okay, I want to remind you, he's a German. Germans are very, very efficient. They probably have an AI over there that even speaks English or something like that. Actually, that's a good point. Maybe the AI generator I was talking to didn't understand English. I'm going to try sending the requests in German and in French, and we'll see what happens there. Ah, Ushi is here. And since Ushi is here, we're going to change a little bit what we're drinking. First off, hello, Ushi. We have an Austrian Riesling. This is a Riesling aus Österreich that I am drinking tonight. And Ushi and my dear friend Andre gave me a wonderful present when I was over in Germany. I can't remember if I've shown this on the Winestream before, but remember how I mentioned that cleanup in the lab is the worst part? Well, cleanup after drinking wine is also the worst part, so this way you only have this one glass that you have to clean. So... Prost! Pull this little... Oh, and thanks very much to the Bayern Furs. I'm using their coasters tonight. There's a little bit of coffee on this one. I apologize. But I use those coasters all the time. Vocal Armory. Why not just drink straight from the bottle at that point? Because, Vocal, that would look extremely low class. This way, at least I'm drinking from a glass. You also notice it pours rather slowly, so it helps to slow down my drinking. So it's good for all parties involved. Let's see. And Aaron says, otters. Maybe the otter is the problem. Have an otter friend that tried to get a picture. AI seems to not like anthropomorphic otters. Wolf is better. Tried fennec, but that did not really get good results. And Skylar Young says the only Philly cheesesteak I've had was from Subway. On a scale of 1 to 10, you're at 1 at that point. You're definitely at 1. Silent On, wonder if Kage has stocked up on Coors Light to lure a tiger over. I do not have Coors Light, Silent On, but the last Viking that visited me left a refrigerator full of Dos Equis. I don't know if that is considered a proper substitute or not, but I don't know what to do with it. If only a tiger were to come here and relieve me of it. If you look at the news footage from Eurofurence on Hamburg 1, it's the biggest TV station in Hamburg. They did coverage of the fursuit parade, and they caught me swigging from a bottle from this. So I guess I'm an internationally known inebriate now. Oh. Here's a screenshot for you. Okay. And Vocal says, if you want legit cheesesteak, you either go to Philly or make it yourself. You can make it yourself. You need basically 4 ingredients. 1, you need the thin sliced steak. Not beef, it's got to be thin sliced steak. Not steak, not pressed stuff. You actually need shaved steak. You need provolone cheese. No whiz in this household, okay? You need some onions that you're going to fry up on the griddle. And you need Amoroso's Italian rolls. They must be Amoroso's Italian rolls. They cannot be made by anybody else. They must be Amoroso's to be authentic Philly cheesesteaks. Oh, you also need a griddle that has not been cleaned since 1956. Gute Scheiße, as the Austrians say. Yep. What else is going on here? SE21. I never drank wine or anything alike before, and I'm about to try Riesling. If you're going to start with wine, Riesling is a very, very good starting wine. It is not too dry, not too sweet. It is one of the reasons it's one of my favorites. Yep. And Ace is attempting to make me angry. Oh, no, actually, no, you figured it out. Want to make a cheesesteak? Buy some steakum, chop it, get some cheese whiz and onions, buy some buns, throw it on the trash, go to Primanti Brothers. Except Primanti Brothers cannot make a cheesesteak. They'll make a steak sandwich with cheese and French fries and coleslaw on it, but okay. All right. Katie's here. Hello, Liebchen. Katie's my little bitty baby niece, if you didn't know that. And tonight I am only having 1 glass of wine. See how that works? What is the name of the rolls? I shall put it in the chat. Amorosos? All right, gotta look it up. I cannot recall the precise spelling. I think it's O-R. Amorosos. That's it. Amorosos. Italian. That's what you need. Amoroso's Italian hoagie rolls. That's what you gotta have. One thing I have to be careful of is the way this thing is engineered. It does control the amount of wine coming out until you get down toward the bottom of the the bottle, and you have too much air in it. Sometimes the wine comes out a little fast. So we shall see. Gunsmith says, I see Kage is sipping wine like a mosquito as usual. Mosquitoes use their proboscis. Thank you very much. I don't do that. Nom nom nom. Bowmaker Fox, seems my beverage has become reminiscent of resin and needs a replacement. Suggestions, anyone? Riesling? Of course, that's what I would suggest. Ace says, I'm a Pittsburgh. You're a Pittsburgh. Okay. And the best cheesesteaks I had were from Joe. You ain't been to Philly. You ain't been to Jim's Steaks at Fort and South. Those are the best steaks in the world. Don't give me no attitude, all right? Actually, let me check out because I'm sending people to Jim's. However, Jim's suffered a very devastating fire last year. They were shut down for some time, and I need to find out if they are back in business. No, they are not back in business. There are no cheesesteaks to be had in Philadelphia. Jim's is still closed down, recovering from that devastating fire. Boy, serving cheesesteaks and hoagies since 1939. And then, I guess when you don't clean the griddle since 1956, eventually it's going to detonate on you, and that's pretty much what happened. Num, num. Okay. I went to Jim's when I was at Anthrocon in 2017. Anthrocon in 2017 was in Pittsburgh. You took an awful long drive to get to Jim's. And apparently I've upset some folks. Yeah, Jim's, they did have a fire. You can probably look it up on the intertubes. Do the Jim's Steaks fire. Nobody was hurt, as I recall, and that's the good thing. Yep. Here we go. January 2nd. Fire-ravaged Jim's Steak shows off blueprint to reopen on South Street. But they are still working on it. Of course, it tends to be front page news in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Oh, wow. They've got pictures of holy mother of crap. I wonder if I can blow this picture up. I will be goddamned. No, go there. No, I'm not going to download the NBC Philly app. I wonder if I can hold this up to the camera. I know this kitchen very, very well. I've had plenty of meals there, but holy shit, that is the kitchen area at Jim's, and basically it gutted the building. Holy shit. All right. Bowmaker Fox needs an air gap in the bond to facilitate better airflow. Then it would flow too fast and would flow all over my face. You don't want to see that. Mm-hmm. This keeps me drinking slowly, so I do not, shall we say, go too fast. Oh, Furry Trainer's here. Hello. So, well, if you don't want to make the 4-hour drive for a cheesesteak in Pittsburgh, you can go to Primanti Brothers. They've got the greatest sandwiches or I should say the greatest traditional Pittsburgh sandwiches in the entire burg. Or you can go to the Old Furry Standby, the Great Furry Hangout, which is Pizza Parma, the former Fernando's. I apparently spilled a little bit of wine. I don't know how I spilled wine on my keyboard as slow as that shit comes out, but let me get that cleaned up. There it is. If you go in there during Anthrocon, it's not on the menu, but you can ask them for a lasagna wrap. Imagine, if you will, wonderful lasagna just piled high with provolone and mascarpone cheese and spicy Italian sausage and marinara sauce in a wrap. It is heaven, and it is my favorite thing. I'm going to take this because I can take a bigger swig. Besides, we have to clear out that glass. Yep. Okay. And Ace points out the sandwiches at Primanti's are as old as Jim's Griddle in Philly. They were created in 1939. Just like many of these traditional sandwiches in these old industrial cities in the U.S. These sandwiches were created so that workers could have a good hearty meal without having to stop work. That's why the Primanti sandwich is this honking big chunk of meal. They got the meat, they got the cheese, and then they put the French fries and the coleslaw all together between two very large pieces of bread so that a steel worker could literally be chowing down on his sandwich while he was still operating the machinery. Actually, when I when I describe it like that, it sounds depressingly hyper-capitalistic, almost like Metropolis. Let's move on, shall we? All right. Oh, Thomas Foxbow says, I sent some examples. Did you also put in your drawing request? Let's refresh that page. I told Tom he could still get his drawing request. No, you did not. Tom Fox, you can still get your drawing request in. And as a matter of fact, all Patreon patrons, you can still send in your drawing request. I had sent the request prior to at some point previously to get those in before the stream starts, because I've got the spreadsheet in front of me. By the time we get to the drawing requests, I am probably not going to remember to refresh it. So when we get to that point, if somebody can shout very, very loudly, refresh the damn whatever the hell thing is, yeah, that will help me to remember. And that way, the folks who got in here late, Tom Fox says, I still don't know what to draw. Well, you've got some time to think about it. Drax says, reflush. No, not yet. Later, when I'm doing the drawing. Nom, 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 nom. Tom Foxbow says, I could ask AI. Do that. Ask the AI what I should draw. Nushtula says, how is your foot doing? My foot's doing just fine. It was giving me a little bit of trouble previously, but that has been taken care of. I'm back to running in the morning. I do run just about 2 miles in the morning. It is my ongoing, laughable attempt to cling to my faded youth. No, it wasn't gout, you bastard. It was not gout. It was a stress fracture that I got somehow, probably from running, or so the doctor said. The doctor said he suggested I should stop running, and I suggested he should go to hell. What the hell does he know? He's got 2 letters, I got 3. So screw you. I shall keep running until I cannot run any longer. Then I will find another way to exercise. And Skylar Young says to Tom, you should draw exactly what you're doing right now, how you're sitting or standing, if you're sleepy or awake, what you're thinking. Okay, Skylar, this is me going to be doing the drawing. It's going to be like a stick figure fox waving to people. Please don't make it too terribly, I was going to say competent. No, too terribly complex. Oh, that's interesting. There's a spider web on my arm. I either have been sitting here for very, very long, or I forgot to duck when I came in my door, because I have my door spider back over there. And Vocal says, Kage is noticing tiny details. He's feeling the eye. No, I am a scientist. I often notice little details. That's what scientists do. We are observant creatures. And Skylar says, no, you should draw every single transformer riding unicorns while orbiting the sun. I'll just put the sun in the foreground and tell everybody the transformer's eye behind it. There, got you. Bowmaker Fox, how long have you had the door spider by now? It is likely a new door spider every year, or possibly every 2 years. Remember, spiders are not that well long-lived. But every year there is a spider that lives in the upper corner of my door. Did I give it a name? No, I did not. It's just the door spider. And the door spider this year was a little bit standoffish, but she showed up fairly late in the year, and we didn't really get too much time to get to know each other. About 2 years ago, I had a door spider that first showed up very early on for spiders. It was like March when I had my door spider that year. And every day I would go out and I would duck and I would do my best not to disturb her. And she started to spin her web in such a fashion that it basically had like a kage-shaped cutout in it. I'm serious. She spun the web in a way that eventually I didn't have to duck. If I went straight out the door, my head and shoulders would go past without hitting the web. And then one day I thought, okay, I'm just going to try. I just reached up and I just kind of delicately touched her back, and she, of course, went, "Holy shit!" and took off and hid in the corner. Well, I tried that again just every day for 3 or 4 days. On about the 5th day, I touched her and she started a little bit, but then just, oh, it's that guy again. He's being an idiot. By September, we got to the point where I could actually pet her. I would go out through the kage-shaped hole and I'd turn around and I would just like run my finger down her back. She'd kind of, hold on to the web. It's like, okay, I'm getting a back rub for the big guy again. Yeah. And I would just like rub her little carapace or whatever that thing is called and then be on my way. That was the friendliest door spider I ever had. Let's see. Skylar Young, I've been trying to get rid of my arachnophobia through exposure, and I've realized baby spiders are really, really cute. If you want to get over arachnophobia, there are 3 things you can look at. Number 1, the Twitter account Hi We Are Spiders. 2, any jumping spider, which just looks like a little cat. They are so, so cute. Or 3, Lucas the Spider on YouTube. Any of these things will correct any arachnophobia. What kind of spider is it? I am drawing a blank. I can show you a picture of her. I've got lots of pictures of her. Door spider. It is a very, very common orb weaver. It is an orb weaver, and it's a particular kind of orb weaver. That's the key. What kind of orb weaver? A fill-in-the-blank orb weaver. That's what it is. Here we go. I have to go to the smart tools. Anyone who is arachnophobic, look away from the screen right now. If you do not like spiders, look away from the screen right now. That is my door spider. That is the species that she is. A type of orb weaver, but I cannot recall the particular type now. But she's very, very colorful. I just love the colors that she has. Oh, and she is also UV active, which I think is I showed some folk that she is actually a rave spider. I got that picture by holding a black. Look at her little eyes glowing. Isn't that adorable? So this is the rave spider. So I just held a black light up to her, and she was like glowing like mad. Of course, you can only do that for a couple of seconds because they are sensitive to UV light. And after a few seconds, she's like, dude, hey, dude, you're going to give me a sunburn. Cut that shit out. So I stopped. Yeah. Drax says, the only spiders I get are pervert ones that watch me shower. I have seen you shower, and I can certainly understand the spider's point of view. Let's see. Oh, Joe Dolphin. I had one I trained to stay in one corner of the door. Then one day I walked through that spot, destroyed the web, and got a very indignant look. And you will. They basically train us to avoid the webs. That's what happens. Ronnie says, when the spiders are glowing, they need to stop drinking the rave juice. I wonder, when we throw out the glow sticks, I wonder if the spiders break into them and drink them. Maybe that's why they... It could be, really. Yeah. Okay. That glass is done. This is a very, very good... Arco says, we have a door spider of our own, too. It learned to spin above the door after spending 2 days watching us after we walked through its search. Exactly. It's like an Arco-shaped hole in the door. There is still some of this delightful Austrian Riesling left. I'm going to cap it and I'm going to put it back into the little cooler that's down here for the explicit reason that there is another Riesling here. This is a Moselland Riesling, and it's just got that kick-ass bottle. Look at it, isn't that gorgeous? It's got like this little window in it with a castle. I think that's the Ringberg Hotel on top there. But those of you who know me well know that I do adore Moselland Rieslings, and I've been wanting to get to this one, and I don't want to wait. So there we go. Yep. So, I have to do this here. Now, this one has a cork in it, and I don't see any bunnies here, but we are going to get the Wine Rabbit. This is the Wine Rabbit. Some of you have seen the Wine Rabbit before. It's amazing the way the Wine Rabbit works. See, it just attaches here. You take his ears and you do this, and then you go like this, and it takes the cork right with it. No muss, no fuss. And then you can do this, and it removes the cork, or in this case, the silicone, for you. We'll stick that there. Wish Caraway were here. He's like the Wine Rabbit. So I'm going to pour a little bit into here first, just to get some air headspace, because you do have to have that little bit of air in here for this cap to work. So we're going to drink this right now. Yep. Oh, and I see greetings from Der Teufel. Oh, wait, Der Teufel is here. Hello, Herr Teufel. Oh, God, yes, this is good shit. SC21. I did chose the Mosel one. No idea how it makes a difference, though. Please explain. The grapes grown in the Mosel Valley. Okay, first off, they have been making wine in that region of Germany since it was still called Germania, from the days of the Roman Empire. So they know what they're doing by now. It is also an area that grows grapes that have, as far as I'm concerned, the perfect balance of sugar and acidity. Not too sweet, not too sour, not too dry. So anytime I'm looking for a Riesling, I try to find the Moselland Rieslings. Katie says, the rabbit you bought us for our wedding broke several years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. And we have tried to replace it multiple times, and even buying the same brand, we can't seem to get one that lasts more than 1 to 2 uses. Well, since you told me that with Christmas coming up, I will see what I can do, my dear. Oh, no. Steelgear, speaking of Moselland Riesling, Steelgear, my favorite horse, is here. Steel had told me he was not going to be able to join the stream because he was doing something with his significant other and their family. But my future in-laws had successfully pumped me full of wine. You have to read the line wrap there. Yeah. My future in-laws has successfully pumped me full of wine. Well, Steele, I am right behind you. Good to see you, mein Freund. No. Oh, God, this is good. So since you just got here, we have a Moselland Riesling, and it's called Arsvitis. Yes, it is apparently called Arsvitis. That's the name of it. But it's got this really, really fog-enshrouded castle on the label. Oh, you had to go to the other side to see the label. Okay. Gunsmith. I just found an interesting restaurant in Germany called Redo XXL. They have a currywurst of 1,000 grams. That's a 2.5-pound currywurst, basically. They have a monster schnitzel, which is 2 kilograms. That's 5 pounds with lots of French fries. Apparently, this is an American-themed restaurant. Are you sure it's not called the Crazy Horse? But when I say Crazy Horse, present company excluded, Steele, yes. By the way, one of the reasons, okay, there are many, many, many reasons that I adore Steele and am very, very grateful to have his friendship. But one of them is I finally convinced him to come out to visit Anthrocon. And within short order, I saw him wearing a volunteer ribbon. So, oh, Vocal has to give the cats the evening tribute of wet food and their blankets popped in the dryer for at least 15 minutes before they go to bed. You are spoiling those creatures. You realize those are parasites. They are. Cats are nature's perfect parasite, as my brother-in-law, Dr. Mulvey, has stated. Think about it. These organisms invade our homes. In very, very short order, we alter our own daily lifestyle to suit theirs. We give priority to feed, house, see to their needs. That is the definition of a parasite. And Furry Trainer also has a Mosel Riesling. Let's see. Let's see. And apparently in return, they give all the purrs and cuddles. And sometimes they will shred your arm just for the fun of it. And sometimes, yes, there it is, the toxoplasmosis infecting the cat owner brains. They come in here, they give you like a zombie virus to make you do their will. They make noises that are programmed to hit the primitive part of our brain and cause us to want to care for them. Matthew Otter. Hello, Matthew Otter. Good to see you. Oh boy, this is good stuff. And Katie says, I have not seen any mice or pink elephants since we got a cat. She says she's pulling her weight. Okay, if you were seeing mice and pink elephants before you got the cat, did you cut down on drinking after you got the cat? I need to have a little more data about this. Yeah? And yes, Drax points out, cats are notorious minstrel thieves. If you have minstrels, the cat will take the minstrels, they'll bat them under the sofa where you can't find them. Because the cat knows that the minstrels are the antidote to that toxoplasmosis that they're giving to you there. It's a minstrel emergency stash. Do you think the cat's going to give it to you? No, they're keeping it for themselves. And Scarlett Young points out, a cat will walk into the living room, stare at you for 10 minutes, hop on the couch and stare at you again, then just try to scratch your eye. They do that. Now, I had a cat when I was a young man. We accidentally got a cat. You see, my late father, Grandpa Kage, he hated cats. When he was a young boy growing up in the farmlands of Alabama, he used to shoot cats because they were considered a nuisance back then. He got like 50 cents a head for shooting cats. He could not stand cats. He hated cats up one side, down the other. My sister brought home a little kitten, a barn cat from a farm in Pennsylvania. We were hiding him in the garage, terrified my father would find out. That lasted about a week, and either we got careless or the cat got smart. I don't know which one. My dad was sitting on his chair in the living room, and to our horror, around the corner came waltzing this little cat. And my father went into a rage. And you get that goddamn cat out of here! I'm gonna shoot him right there. I'm gonna put him in a burlap bag and throw him off the bridge. You get him out of here! The cat listened to this southern gentlemanly tirade for about 30 seconds, sitting there washing his paw. waited for my father to kind of spend the bulk of his energy, then walked over and jumped up, literally jumped up onto my father's stomach as he was sitting in his recliner and started doing this kind of thing. Yeah? And then he tucked himself up and went, purr. And we watched my father say, you get yourself off. I'm gonna shoot you in the, put you in a bag and throw you off the. Well, from that point on, that was my dad's cat. Cat's name, we named him Fritz. This was the 1970s, so we decided Fritz the cat would be a good name, so that was my cat's name. Yep. And Ronnie says, yes, what we didn't know was the cat at that point was basically transferring all Dad's life savings over to the cat's bank account. That cat was very tough. He was a barn cat by birth. He ruled the neighborhood. Every other animal in the neighborhood, including the giant junkyard dog, half bull mastiff, half Great Dane, was terrified of him. Our own dogs were basically his bitch, literally and figuratively. He commanded the neighborhood. When his time finally came, it was kidney failure that got him. We had to take him to the vet and tell the vet what to do. And that always struck me as being a galactic misjustice. This cat was destined to die in battle with 6 German shepherds after having killed 4 of them. Here's to old Fritz. Mr. Morningstar is here. Good morning, Mr. Morningstar. How are you? I can still recall, I think my parents spent more in vet bills on that cat than they spent on my college education, because he was always getting into fights. He would fight anything bigger than him. You name it. Me, big dogs, bears. He took on a snowplow one year and won. At least in his mind, he won. The snowplow essentially crushed half of his bones and left him a bloody mess. He dragged himself back home. And we saw him and we were absolutely horrified and immediately made arrangements to get into the vet. But I saw that cat's face. He had the biggest cat grin on his face because he was saying, I won. I showed that thing who's boss. I think it was that particular instance. The vet had to put him under very heavy anesthesia and pin him back together. We brought him home and we sat him on his chair. If you visit Grandma Kage to this day, there is a chair in her living room. That is Fritz's chair. It's got a cover on it because it just wouldn't be right to take the cover off because that's Fritz's chair. You did not sit in that chair. That was his chair. Nobody sat in that chair but him. It's a full-size, nice reclining chair, but it was the cat's chair, exclusively. We still have it. We brought him home. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen a cat when it's anesthetized. They pull their tongue out, and so they don't like choke on their tongue. So here we brought in the cat, and he's just like staring. We put him on his chair, tried to make him comfortable. It was surreal because his eyes were open, he was breathing, his tongue was hanging out, but he was completely unresponsive. Until we put him on the chair. And around the corner came Sheba. She was a little Shetland sheepdog, a little tiny dog. The cat used to terrorize her. He bullied her mercilessly. And she came around the corner and she saw him lying there. And she came trotting up and put her little shelty nose right up against his and started licking his face. We didn't have these back then. I wish we did. Because if I could have gotten a picture of that cat's face, you could see it in his eyes. He's like, get it away. Get it away. I'll kill it. I will kill it, and then I'll kill the boy and the old lady and the old man. Matthew Otter, you did not see the pinned message, did you? Layla Cookie wants to know, did you miss much? No, we pretty much just started anyway. Yeah. Let's see. Katie, do you remember Fritz? It was a long time ago, but I think Katie might have overlapped with him a little bit. I still have long scars on my forearms and my legs because the cat used to hide in the bushes when I would walk past. He would leap out like a tiger and attack me. I don't mean like play attack me. He would like seriously try to devour the flesh from my bones. And this was play. This was fun. I would run, and the neighbors got a kick out of seeing this young boy tearing for his life across the yard with this cat batting at him like a lion chasing a gazelle on the Serengeti. I had probably lost maybe a total of 4 gallons of blood over my lifetime to that cat. Was it an orange cat? Yes, it was. As a matter of fact, he was an American Shorthair, one of these that's kind of orange on the back with a white underside, but he was primarily orange. Thank you, Steele. Yes. Damn it, Drax! We'll say that. And I shall point out, somebody recently very, very correctly stated that in ancient times, people believed that black cats were the embodiment of Satan. We now know that's not true. It's the orange cats. Caraway, where the hell have you been? I just introduced the wine rabbit and was taking your name in vain. I didn't know you were going to show up tonight, my friend. It's very, very good to see you. Yes, wine rabbit, like yourself. Keto has 3 black cats. Harbinger of Evil is up for discussion. You have 3 black cats, but no orange cat, we might add. Yum, 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 yum. Haiku Art has a diluted calico. Is that like a calico that the color is all washed out? A calico that's half water. I have no idea what a diluted calico is. Oh yes, thank you, Drax. A homeopathic calico. That's what it is then. Okay. Caraway says, life's been busy. Lots of ups and downs. I very much hope more ups net than downs, my dear boy. Hi, Coart. A washed-out colored film. Well, that's going to happen if you let the cat jump into the washing machine when the laundry is in there with bleach in it. You shouldn't do that. Oh, Aaron Hurl is going to bed. Good night, Aaron. Good to see you. Once again, for the Patreon patrons, I was unable to get to sending out the artworks and the nice little nifties. I will do so, doubly so for this month. Thank you very much for your patience. Oh, and speaking of the Patreon patrons, I should make note that this is a Patreon-supported Winestream, although it's increasingly less so every month, it seems. He said, not at all a bitter fashion. Let me sort this by if there we go. Get the traditional levels of sorting. Here we go. This stream owes its very existence to the likes of Zilver the Viking, Coma Bloodpaw, Boba Poulette, David Hunter, Dusty 007 1, Furry Trainer, Jack the Circle, Jelly Paws, Mama T twice over, Nikolai Tiger, Silent Dawn, Silver Fox Wolf, the Posh Werewolf, Silver Gatamon, Tom Fox, who we see right here in channel, Bentley Shepherd, Aaron Hurlfruer, also known as Boturnos, Check the Shep, Dunkel Pfo, Atheist MacLavin, Martin Spankenberg, Max the Wolf, McLovin Maine, Merlin Scorch, McCall, Mutterwolf, Q the Dane, Rusty Rover, Scarlet Young, Alkali Bismuth, who is recently a guest here, Ash, and Yaki Soba. Thank you all so terribly much for everything that you do for this stream, namely giving it money so I can afford to buy these amazingly nice big lights you see and the cameras and the wine was a present, so I can't include the wine. Let's see. And Drax says, the reductions is what happens when you're an aging has-been. Love you really. Please don't use banishing salt on me again. I still have a case of that banishing salt, Drax. I bought it when we were in York, because apparently Yorkshire is accustomed to dealing with demon dragons. And when we went into that little place in the what do they call it, the tumble down or the cobblers, that place there that's all falling apart, that's where you buy the banishing salt. All right, now that I have gotten a little bit of headspace in this bottle, I can apply what I call the Opitz glass. This is officially the Opitz glass because it was, my dear friends, the Opitzes that gave it to me. So there we go. I'm back to having just one glass. Nom, 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 nom. Let's see. And, Monsieur le Capitaine Geronimo Claus, il y a toujours beaucoup de chats errants dans notre quartier. I cannot help you with errant cats. Caraway says, I dare to say 2023 would be New Year, New Me. It sure happened. Not what I expected, but it happened. As long as you're still a bunny and still the delightful fellow that I know, everything else is just mashed potatoes. Don't worry about it. Oh dear. Layla Cookie was in hospital on Sunday, had some kidney problems. Well, I'm glad to see that you're on the mend. I hope it wasn't kidney stones. I'm very, very familiar with those. They're not at all fun. Merrick the Wolf, sorry, I is late. Phone call. It's okay. You didn't miss too much, Merrick. Let's see. Oh yes, the glass that was on German state TV. Yeah, it is a single. It's wonderful sound. Let's bring this up here. It's a gorgeous sound, isn't it? Yes, the entire nation of Germany now knows that I'm a drunk. Okay. I did my best to communicate to the German reporters that I am actually British, to try to save face from my countrymen here. Excuse it, Thomas Foxbell. That on top of a bottle wine glass gadget is for women, it seems. Well, Thomas, you can go fuck yourself. Thank you very much. This is for real He-Man, I will have you know. It works, and that's what's important. Haiku art. Crossing my fingers, I'll have my full suit by 2025, Anthrocon. I will say good luck, Haiku. This is an ongoing problem in our fandom. Please, Haiku, do not mention any names. I don't want to call anybody out, but am I the only one who's noticed that there are folks out there who paid for fursuits more than 5 years ago and are still waiting for them? That's got to stop. Oh, nom, 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 nom. Okay. And that's the sound of forgetful nights. No, I will still remember this evening, I'm reasonably sure. And if not, I can always look back at the stream, which I never do. I never watch the Winestreams the next day. Because reasons. Let's just leave it at that. Stormy Wolf says that was a flat A, but not quite an A flat. Okay, Drax, Ronnie, you guys are musical. What is that note? I have to know. It's close to A. Nom, nom, nom. Caraway says, I'm reminded of Eddie Izzard being questioned about wearing women's clothes. Okay, I have a monumentable level of respect for our friend Izzard. I am uncertain as to the preferred nomenclature today, but yes, being questioned about wearing women's clothes. These aren't women's clothes, they're my clothes. Yeah. Who the hell is someone to judge? That should be worn by someone else. Okay, you fucking wear it. And Benny is here. Thank you, Benny. Benny says it's a sharp A flat. Thomas Foxbell says it's a slightly flat A. A flat. Oh boy, which one is it? And yes, Drax says, and quoting Arco, the French champagne. We know a bottle of this and this Parmesan. Cut, yes. Benny, you snuck in here. I didn't know you were here. I'm going to quote the great Professor Schickele, who was telling a story about the musician P.D.Q. Bach. That one evening, he was sitting around with some friends, as they say, enjoying a hot evening of some trio sonata, and they were enjoying performing together, but the violinist, one of the strings, the G string on the violin, suddenly broke. I was not aware that strings on stringed instruments actually do frequently break, but in this particular instance, the string broke. They did not have a replacement. Now, P.D.Q. Bach was known for very, very fine wigs. As a matter of fact, he spent much of the income that he got from his compositions on his wigs. So they took a few strands from his wig to replace the missing string, and thus they used box hair for the G string. I'll show myself out. Thank you. That was Peter Shickley. I am just repeating what I heard. Stormy Wolf, I never used a tuna in band class. Well, you shouldn't, because there is concern with the levels of mercury in tuna these days. You really should try to cut down on the amount that you have. So a lot of folks are saying it's around an A flat. It's in the neighborhood of A flat. All right, we'll take it. I have quite a few very, very learned musicians in my stream, and I'm very, very grateful to have you all and your input. Marek the Wolf, there are some bits of the planet Mercury in the tuna. Actually, what happened was, it goes back to the very, very early days of World War II. In the South Atlantic, there was a British cargo ship that was torpedoed. It was unfortunately not traveling in a convoy. It was traveling from South America, trying to get to, actually specifically the Falkland Islands, trying to get to Great Britain. And it was torpedoed and it sunk. Now, it was carrying most of at the time, the world's supply of actual physical 78 RPM recordings of Gustav Holst's The Planets. They were able to salvage most of the crates, but they were not able to bring the crates that contained the recordings of the Mercury suite. So those were lost, but they have discovered that the tuna who lived in that area had actually been ingesting remember, they used to be wax recordings back then. The tuna were ingesting the mercury, and that's why I'll stop, never mind. So, anyway, it's okay. It sounded like a good idea to me, but I got to the point where I thought, I don't know if I can sustain this. Oh, Johnny Cox can't stay for the stream watching Beetlejuice. Okay. Gee, we have a choice tonight. Do we have Uncle Kage or do we have Beetlejuice? Go for Beetlejuice. Trust me. Actually, I wonder if this thing would ring. A lot of folks who have been on Anthrocon's staff, there seems to be a tradition among the Anthropon staff to do wine glass symphonies. Now, this is glass. I doubt it's going to ring. I got a little bit there. Hang on. Let's put it on a solid surface. Hello. Ah. Is that the same tone? Hello, come on. Sometimes it's hard to get it started. When you get to be my age, you'll understand. Yeah. How about my little wine beaker? No, that's not going to happen. No. Beakers don't ring. I'm sorry. And let the beakers ring. Nope. Ah. There is very little to me more entertaining than to have the chairman of Anthrocon and many of his staff members several sheets to the wind in a Pittsburgh hotel, all of us making a cacophony in A flat major with our wine glasses. And it's always so fun because I can see the looks on the faces of the staff. We really want to throw them out, but it's Anthracon. We can't. Oh, dear. Gunsmith says, any stories you're allowed to tell for the 2-year mark? Probably. Wait till this bottle is empty. We'll see. Austin Schmuck, I have a crystal glass right now. No idea how to do that. Okay, Austin, just moisten your finger, either with a little bit of the wine or just lick it. And then just apply a light pressure to the top and go around until you start to hear that ringing. Now, it helps to have it on a solid surface. I'm on my lap right now, which is not a solid surface. When you get to be my age, you'll understand. There we go. Yep. Wow. Apparently it's closer to A. Well, the thing is, there is no liquid in this, so I don't know if I can change the tone. Yes, the amount of liquid in the glass will change the tone. Yes, you actually must hold it by the stem. Now, I find myself exceptionally curious. I shall be right back, if you'll pardon me. There we go. Let us get some of the finer glasses, that I have up here. Let's see. This one, I think. Nice. This one very much rings like a bell. Let's do a little bit of science here, shall we? Science! It works, bitches. Except I can't seem to... There we go. I have to release this. Let us give ourselves a little bit. Now, this particular glass is indeed leaded crystal. So, we're going to try that on this one here. Let's see what we can get. Johnny Cox says, I wish there were more North Carolina fur cons. There's one coming up in December. Come along, come along. Hello. Boy, that's very low. Can you hear that? There we are. Now, we are going to add some more liquid to it. Remember that note that you just heard. Now let's do that again. Hello. You see how we've changed the tone? There. Now we take some liquid out. Oh boy. Now a little more. A little higher, tiny bit higher, yep. Now, it was no less than Dr. Benjamin Franklin who used this exact feature to create a musical instrument that he called the armonica. Not the harmonica, but the armonica. It is a series of rotating glass discs that sit in a trough of water. And each disc is a different diameter, And by placing the fingers on these rotating discs of different diameters, you can actually play tunes. The glass harmonica, invented by Benjamin Franklin. Nom, nom, nom. Ha. Nom. Let's see if that was enough to bring us all the way down a full tone. Nope, not really. I would have to drink more, but I might slow down just a hair right now. Yep. Yep. Now, if you hold it steady enough, you can still get it. And the camera probably would not pick it up, but you can see the resonance in the surface of the wine. I don't know if that would show up there if it's moving too much. But we are setting up a harmonic frequency, and the wine itself is resonating with it. And Arco points out, yes, it is a dangerous instrument because if you handle it improperly and play it wrong, the glass can and will break. And yes, MacGyver would do this and open the... Yeah, right. You cannot open a safe by... no. Azi-chan, yes, I am wearing a poppy pin. Today is the 11th of November, known worldwide or in most parts of the world as Remembrance Day. Uniquely in the United States as Veterans Day. I still prefer the term Remembrance Day. It is a day to remember those who lost their lives in defense of their country. Not our country, their country. This is something that I'm probably going to get canceled for, but I don't fucking care. A person who serves their nation in time of war is just as worthy of recognition and remembrance whether they won or lost. So whether you fought for the Axis, or you fought for the communists, or the fascists, or the doltists, or the dentites, or whatever. Now, even if you fought for the losing side, what you did is no less heroic, is no less of a sacrifice. Doesn't matter what flag you fought under, there was still a heartbroken mother sobbing into her hands at your funeral. And just because your government happened to be the one that signed the instrument of surrender does not reduce your sacrifice in the slightest. So people tend to say, we remember our war dead. No, I remember all the war dead. And there's a lot of them. Far, far, far too many of them. Not a one of them, strangely enough, the ones that started the war. Isn't that funny? You get a bunch of old guys who don't like each other that send a bunch of young guys to get themselves killed because the old guys don't like each other. But we're not going to fix that, not in my lifetime, not in yours. Because as long as one person has what another person wants, or as long as someone believes in God, we are always going to have war. It's the human condition. We might as well get used to it. Some years ago, and some of you might know this story already. If you know the story, go get yourself a drink or go take a leak or something, relax. This is more than 10 years ago because I was still living in Pennsylvania. A very, very good friend, and Benny knows exactly who the friend was. He was a proper Pennsylvania redneck. He'd gone to the local gun and knife show, and well-meaning chap, knowing my interest in the history of the middle years of the 20th century. He picked something up for me and gave it to me for my birthday. A very, very thoughtful gift, a loving gift, and I was very grateful to get it. He had bought from someone a collection of items that had been taken from the body of a deceased Japanese soldier in World War II. They were now being sold as souvenirs, curiosities, collectibles. He gave them to me in a very, very pretty shadow box. There was a brochure. There was his shoulder insignia from his uniform. A letter that I could not read. It was in Japanese. Very, very personal things like that. And I was grateful to get this gift, but I couldn't actually display it anywhere. It just seemed ghoulish to me. There was a photo of him, as a matter of fact. Young kid, 19, maybe 20, 21 years old. So I kept it just in the closet. And a few years later, I had occasion to travel to Japan. And I brought this entire thing with me. And, I had a beautiful time in Japan. If you're traveling to Japan, by the way, as an aside, if you're traveling to Japan and you're an American or similar, you need to understand, in the Japanese culture, it is considered impolite to say no. It is rude if a stranger asks you a question to answer in a negative. Culturally, the Japanese have all sorts of little ways that they kind of dodge. If you ask them a question and they don't want to say no, they might say, well, it's a little bit difficult, or something like that. I was in Shinjuku, and I had had a little too much to drink, which should be a tremendous shock to not one of you. Well, I gone to this little izakaya, and I, for the life of me, could not remember where the hell my hotel was. I knew that it was just next door to Shinjuku Station. And I'm standing out there thinking, oh boy, well, how the hell big could Japan be? Maybe I'll just start walking. Oh, there was a policeman. Remember what Mom said? When you're lost, always ask a policeman. So I went up. I tried to sober as best I could. I went up, very, very polite, very professional fellow. And in my very broken high school Japanese, I said, Totto suimasen, eigo wa wakarimasu ka? I'm terribly sorry. Do you speak English? And he turned to me with a smile. He said, "Hi." Thank God. Great. Yes, I had a little bit too much to drink in the izakaya there. I'm terribly sorry. But I need to get back to my hotel. And I absolutely cannot remember where it is. It's near Shinjuku Station. So if I wanted to get back to the station, do I go down this way or that way? And he said, "Hi." I said, "Yes. Yeah, exactly. So this Shinjuku Station, is it this way or that way?" He said, "Hi." I said, "You don't actually speak English, do you?" He said, "Hi." Okay, great. I did eventually find my way back to the hotel. That's an aside, by the way. One of the final things I did on that trip, I actually put this on the itinerary to make sure. And that's why I brought these things with me. There is a shrine in Tokyo called the Yasukuni Jinja. It is a shrine to the Japanese war dead. It has its share of controversy because there are some folk enshrined there that the West considers to be Class A war criminals. Yeah, that may be true. That may be true. But remember what I said when I first started this little tirade. They fought for their country, doing what they thought was their duty. It's not really up to us to judge whether that duty was right or wrong. So I went into the shrine. It is still an operational Shinto shrine, and I, in my very, very, very poor Japanese, went up and I was trying to explain to the man at the front what I wanted to do. And he listened very politely. And when I was done, he said, "I actually can understand English. Could you say that again, please?" And I said, "You didn't understand a word I was trying to say in Japanese, did you?" And he said, "Hi!" So I told him in English, and he went and he got the, I guess the head priest guy, whatever that it would be called, who came down, and I explained to him, I showed him these things, and I said, "These were given to me. I don't think I have a right to keep them." And I pulled out the picture and I said, this young man, I don't even know his name, but I thought that the very least I could do would be to bring him home. So would you be willing to take these things for me? And he very gratefully took it all together. And he actually sent me a letter about a month later. There was enough in the documents and the brochure and the letter and the papers there. They were able to identify the surviving members of the family of this young soldier. And they asked them, "Do you want these things?" And the family said, "No, that's okay." So the Yasukuni shrine will keep them now. And I guess that's really the best ending to the story I could offer. Let's see. Yes, Tom Fox says, "A taxi driver would know better than a policeman, or even better, if I could have found like an Uber Eats guy, he would have told me where stuff was." Yep. And Steelgear says, yes, to quote a great Lebanese poet, "Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor?" Because they can. Yep. And Benny says, reminds me a little of when they find a body in Washington Square Park. Benny, kindly explain, because I don't know what happens when they find a body in Washington Square Park. But I know Benny to be an extremely learned fellow and a student of history as I am. I would like to know. I also know Benny can type very quickly, so I hope he can tell me the story in less than the, 260 characters that we have here. But I grew up hearing stories of fellows who fought in World War II, in World War I, the Spanish-American War. Yeah, I knew guys that saw it all happen. And in the end, their stories were all the same. It was no fun. It was hell. We did it because somebody else told us we had to, even though we really didn't fully understand why. And Benny says, when they find bones of this day, it gets a military funeral, Washington Square Park. Which Washington? Every state has a Washington Square, Benny. Which state are we talking about there? That's what I want to know. Because there are places, especially where I grew up, where you literally could not sling a dead cat without hitting a battlefield, either from the American Civil War or from the American Revolution. There were instances when I was growing up where farmers that were tilling fields would encounter human bones. and they would call the local historical society. They would come by and they would determine, yes, this was a revolutionary soldier. Yes, this was a Civil War soldier, whatever. They would do a very, very quick archaeological whatever thing, and then they'd go about their business. Oh, yes, Washington Square Park, Independence Hall in Philadelphia, next to the old Philadelphia jail. Unfortunately, next to the old Philadelphia jail, they're digging up bones. It might well have been a murderer or a rapist. I'm sorry, it could have been. Oh, boy. Funny how the topics shift in this Winestream, isn't it? There's no script, by the way. People say, oh, what do you talk about during your Winestreams? Whatever comes to mind. It's all stream of consciousness. Like this thing here. I put in the thing, if you have to ask, then please don't ask, because it'll piss me off. Everybody should know. Why is it we wear the red poppy, le coquelicot rouge? It goes back to World War I, when no man's land was a blasted moonscape. The world had never seen anything like it. Yeah, it did a number on men's bodies, but it also tore the landscape to pieces. Devastated the territory. But the very, very first thing that started to grow, the very first sign of life that came back, was the humble poppy. And it was bright red, so it was very visible. Yeah, it's a weed. Okay, yeah, it's a weed. Of course, it's going to grow back. But that then became the symbol of the possibility of rebirth, the symbol of the possibility of continuance of life. And it's immortalized as well in the poem. If you were here for the very, very intro to this, that poem that was written by a Canadian army physician who did not survive the war, by the way, when he was on break and looking out at the graves of the men he couldn't save, and in the gray and the dirt and the filth and the emptiness, here were these little red flowers growing. So he took his pen in hand and he wrote those now very, very famous lines. In Flanders fields the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row that mark our place, while in the sky still bravely singing fly, the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard above the guns below. We are the dead. Scarce days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunsets glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Now that song, if you can call it a song, that sonnet, those words, they are applicable to the Canadian troops, they're applicable to the British, to the Americans, to the Germans, to the Austrians, to the Turks, to the Australians. Let's see. I see Benny is asking, what historic thing happened at the corner of the David Lawrence Convention Center? Well, I think the Mafia probably... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me start that again. What historic thing happened at the corner of the David Lawrence Convention Center? Funny you should ask that, Benny. There is a YouTube channel that has historical images of Pittsburgh. And one of them shows what we now call Fort Pitt Boulevard throughout the years. At the corner of 10th Street and Fort Pitt, 10th Street is what goes under the convention center and ends at the river. That used to be a little road that turned right onto 10th Street. There is a photo. There's a little house, a little low one-story house sitting at the corner there. It was at the end of a rail yard back then. And I've long wondered, whose little house was that? Somebody lived there. One of these days I may have to look that up. I'm sure if I go into the Historical Society at Pittsburgh, I'll say, I'm curious about this. And they'll say, we're very, very busy. Could you move along, please? We don't have time. Go the hell away. I'll say, I'm Sam Conway with Anthrocon. And they'll say, let us get you the information. You see, there's advantages sometimes to being Okukaga. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold on. Hang about. Benny says the Lewis and Clark expedition launched from what is now the corner. Are you telling me the Lewis and Clark expedition launched from 10th and Fort Pitt Boulevard? Benny, you must expound on this. Because I must know. By the way, we say Lewis and Clark. Someone will know. The name is escaping me right now, but someone in this channel, I'm sure, will know. It was Lewis and Clark, and they had a young lady with them. She was a Native American lady that served as their guide, who pretty much did most of the work, and they got the credit. Let's see. Yes. And Ace says, my 3 times great-grandfather owned a tavern. What is the convention center? Came from County Derry, Ireland to Pittsburgh to open a tavern. Well, of course, he was Irish. That's what Irish people do. They open taverns. There it is. And Gunsmith says, I heard a story about a farmer from Belgium. He moved a stone a few meters. It turned out to be a stone border, and the French wound up losing a few kilometers of land. I would not doubt that. Yeah. And Benny says there's a marker on the street. Don't get hit as you read it. Benny, it's Pittsburgh. Nobody's going to run me over. I'll wear the white coat. They'll go around me. Let's see. Trinity says, hi, Danny. Wait, Danny? Danny's here? There he is. Oh, finally. Danny says, I'm here. What did I miss? Don't tell him. Do not tell him. That's what you get for being late, my boy. You are not going to find out what is in this glass or why I have a pink mouse. Don't tell him. Next time you'll be here on time. Silver Fox Wolfen says, white coat or white flag? It would have to be a white coat. I don't wave the white flag in Pittsburgh. Just doesn't happen. It's good shit, by the way. The condensation has gone away, so I can show folk this really amazing bottle. It's got that like a little window in it that you can see that kind of surreal little gem. I'm really sure that's the Ringberg Hotel. Those of you who've been to Eurofurence, that has got to be the Ringberg. And this is called Ars Vitus. Yeah, that's what we're drinking, Ars Vitus. And Drax says, my most recent history find is the kingdom of Mustard fighting a war against their overlords to stop themselves being free. Oh, Mustang, not Mustard. I'm terribly sorry. Benny said, is that a Riesling? Yes, Benny, this is a Moselland Riesling from Germany. As you can see, Moselland up there, Ars Vitus. It is a Riesling. It's a Qualitätswein. And a bunch of shit on the back you don't really need to know about. It's a Moselland Riesling, which means it is good shit. And since Danny is here, Danny is the chairman of Brazil Fur Fest. He was a consummate host this year. I actually have to make a quick pit stop. I am going to kill the time by putting up a quick video this year in Brazil, we also were able to invite Ronnie down. So please enjoy for a moment Ronnie's first visit to Brazil.
E para mim? E para mim?
Ciao ciao.
terribly sorry about that. I didn't realize that there was a playlist that was queued up there. I thought it was going to end just with the... anyway, moving on. Since we're on the videos right here... is Steel Gear still here? Steel, are you still there? Make some noise in the channel. It's very, very late in Germany. I don't know if my dear horsey friend is still here, but if he is, I would like to know. Oh, yes, Steel Gear is still here. This is just for Steel Gear.
ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操
That was just for Steel because I know he loves that video. And yes, I do have Japanese steel. There is a imitation katana, but made in Japan up there. And I also have a Ginsu knife in the kitchen. So that is Japanese steel. Yes. Yeah. What the? Okay. This must be left over from when Giza was here because I just happened to put my hand under the sofa cushion and I pulled out an HDMI cable. I blame Giza. Anyway, let's move right along. Oh, Gunsmith is heading off to bed. Good night, Gunsmith. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Yeah. Oh, no. Ah. And, oh, yes, Lord Bats. My first thoughts were of Joe's Apartment, one of my favorite movies. Welcome to Joe's Apartment. It's our apartment, too. We've been around for 100 million years and we'll be here long after you. Yes, the movie that made cockroaches stars of Broadway. Ah. Is it TMI, HDMI? It's HDMI. I blame Giza. He's the tech cat. Yeah. Let's see. Did a protogen visit you? Maybe that's why all of my RAM chips are gone. I don't know. That could be. Versus X. I noticed the last Winestream isn't on your channel. Generally, the Winestreams on my channel get released first to the Patreon patrons, and then about a month later, they go to the public. Did I not? Sorry, I'm going to my YouTube stuff here. Content and everything. Okay. Yes, the wine stream from October 14th when Giz was here. Why the fuck not? Okay. Yeah, the Patreon patrons got to see it. Okay, it is now published, so you should now be able to go see that. When my dear goatee friend was here. Oh, Katie's getting dinner. Katie, I don't know if I'll be here when you get back. If I am, it's a sad state of affairs. And Silver Fox points out, yes, those of you who saw last wine stream, that goat that was here, that was the one that was supposed to be looking after Grandma Kage. No, Ferp didn't pass out. He's the one who passed out. All right. So, to let folks in on that story, some years ago, my parents decided they wanted to go to a furry convention, but it was on a weekend when I was busy elsewhere, so I couldn't go. So I told them, I can't go, so you can't go to the furry convention. And they said, well, why not? We can go to a furry convention without you. And I said, no, you can't. Somebody has to look after you. And they said, no, we are grown adults. We can look after ourselves. So they insisted on going to this furry convention without me. I tasked Giza, our goat boy who was here last time. I said, Giza, you listen to me. You need to keep an eye on my mom and make sure she doesn't get herself into trouble. Understand? Now, I trusted Giza because he's like a brother to me, meaning I want to punch him all the time. I was on a business trip out on the West Coast, and at about 9 o'clock at night or thereabout, my phone rang. 9 o'clock on the West Coast, that means it's midnight on the East Coast. My phone rang, and it said, Mom. I thought, oh God, something, my father's had a heart attack. There's a problem. There's an accident. So, hello? Yes, what? Hello? And I heard the unmistakable sounds of a party and my mom laughing. Like, Mom, hello, yo, hey, yo, Mom, hey, hello, Mom. Eventually, someone, I didn't remember who, grabbed the phone and I said, what the hell is this? Put Giza on. And I heard a voice say, hello? I said, Giza, you were supposed to be keeping an eye on my mother. He said, I am keeping an eye on her. She's right in front of me. I can see her. I said, now you listen to me, you bald cue ball. You are to take my mother out of that gathering right now. You get her out of there, take her to her hotel room, make sure she gets to bed, and I want a guard posted at the door. Do not let her out of that room until morning. Do you understand? Hello? Giza? And then another voice said, hello? I said, who the hell's this? And the voice said, it's Ferp. I said, where the hell's Giza? He said, he's passed out. Oh, Mom says, I don't remember that. You wouldn't remember that, would you? I wish I'd recorded it. Yeah, she's in channel now all of a sudden. Let's see. I should have taken Giza to task when he was here. I had the opportunity, but he's gone now. And Mom says, did you have to bring that up? I didn't bring it up. Katie brought it up. Or I think Katie brought it up. Somebody brought it up, and I thought it was Katie. And Smolder Breath, having been a hot minute since I've seen the stream, immediate difference is that you've grown hair. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Smolder. I wear my hair the same length. I get my hair cut every month for the past 15 years. I have no idea what you're talking about. I want to point out, I wish Boozy was here. This would be perfect. She says, I don't remember that, but your dad was a little upset with me that night. You read it here first, folks. She was on the phone, so missed the beginning of the... You didn't miss anything, dear. I just been through half a bottle. It's all right. Oh, I can show her this amazing bottle because it's one of these bottles that has like the little window in it, and you can see the Ringberg Hotel in the back. This is Ars Vitus, which I'm sure Drax is getting a giggle out of. Actually, now that we're down to the bottom of this glass, how does this sound? You all remember the tone we had before? Let's try this now. Hello. No, there we go. We were doing this before. Yeah. That should be the tone, thereabout. Not a bad tone. Layla says, do you have a tip for me against spine pain? Layla, I'm sorry. I got 3 letters, not 2. I really wish I did. You are going to have to speak to a physician. And also, my spine is collapsing itself. I can't help myself, so I really don't have any words of wisdom for you. Oh, Lucky the Fosky, how are you doing? Been a while. It has been a while, and I'm doing pretty well. Let's see. Marek the Wolf says, Kage, as a pharma-type chemist, why is the FDA posting that Suboxone rots teeth? I don't have the faintest idea. Let me Google that for you. Suboxone teeth. Oh, it's buprenorphine. Okay. Blah, 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 da, da, blah, da, 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 da. I'll tell you what. You can read about it yourself. Why are they posting about it? Because apparently it does. You worried about buprenorphine? There you go. You can read about it. Thank you very much. Don't ask me to give you a scientific dissertation on a Saturday night when I'm already 1 bottle in. Let's see. Oh, Zilver ended up in a food coma. Did I miss anything? Only that I have finally found somebody to foist your half a case of Dos Equis off onto. I'm very much hoping Silent Dawn will come up here and drink them for me. Let's see. Drax says only 1 bottle. Drax, okay, I've only been at it for 2 hours. Come on, give me a break. Oh, let's see. And Thomas, what do you know about azido-azide azids? Well, they sound like they're going to be highly explosive just by the sound of it. There's a lot of nitrogen going on there. If those things don't blow up, nothing's going to. Yes, the most dangerous explosive material in the world. Yeah, don't play with that shit. Kids, don't try this at home. It will fucking kill you. That's what we're trying to say. Mr. Morningstar says, can we have a cheers for all the loved ones that passed on this year? I am more than happy to do that, and I shall borrow from some folks that I have known in the past this wonderful send-off. To absent friends. I just got word today, as a matter of fact, that a relative of mine passed away. Before you go giving me any, oh, I'm so terribly sorry, I want you to notice the lack of emotion on my face when I make that statement. We're just going to leave it at that. I will accept sympathies on behalf of the family member who unfortunately was in the position of finding this deceased relative several days after death. For that person, my heart absolutely goes out. But for the deceased, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Oh, Savi Wolf says, good evening. Good evening, Savi. Num, num, num. Smolder Breath says, damn, Kage straight up said, oh yeah, they died, well, damn it, and kept drinking. Smolder, if you had known this particular individual, I think that you would fully understand my reaction. Layla Cookie says, why do our eyes get bad when we get older? It's known as apoptosis, Layla Cookie, programmed cell death. From the moment we are born, we begin to die. That's how nature works. As we get older, the cells of our body, which normally when we're young are constantly replaced and replaced and replaced, as we get older, they stop being replaced. Or they get replaced with shit. They get replaced with like Chinese knockoff cells from Etsy. So this was not a problem when we lived to be 40 years old, but now we're living to be twice that. We were never designed to survive to the ages that we're surviving to today. Medical science can keep us alive, but it hasn't figured out how to stop the literally hardwired death of our bodies. You asked, I told you, I'm sorry. That's a scientific reality. Why do I wear these? Even though I spent thousands of dollars to have surgery to correct my eyes, I had surgery to correct my eyes back when I was in my 40s, and it worked great. But now I'm fucking old. Why is my spine collapsing? Why do I have to go into the doctor to have one of those, cameras going inside? Because the human body, as it ages, begins to break down. We haven't figured out how to reverse that process yet. It's called aging. Let's see. Oh, and Captain Geronimo Claus, still paying my respects to our friend Lemonade Coyote 10 years later. I still have the, if you will, the program from his funeral sitting on my mantelpiece right up there. And Drax says, we're all just unrefrigerated meat waiting for our expiry date to go by. You place that in very, very brutal terms, Drax, but you are not incorrect. That's true. That's how this shit works. Oh, Lucky's going to EF next year. Looking forward to a room party again with you. I look forward to it too as well, Lucky. Make sure you bring the booze. Let's see. Tom says they figured out a few different ways to slow, stop, and reverse aging. I have found out how to reverse aging. You basically pickle the cells. You saturate your body's cells with a preservative agent such as ethanol. That's my experiment we're working on. It's an experiment in progress. Mr. Morningstar, what's the meaning of life from perspective? Mr. Morningstar, you don't want to ask me that question. I am a confirmed nihilist. What is the meaning of life from my perspective? It is absolutely meaningless. The only possible meaning I can attribute to our existence is to try to make the existence of others easier. And really, that's all I have to say. Because other than that, you can go ahead and read H.P. Lovecraft if you want to find out about humans' place in the cosmos. Oh, let's see. Benny says, the meaning of life. Benny is a Frisbee-tarian. When you die, your soul gets stuck in the gutter on the roof. I can go along with that too. Aldia Carufa says, why is it so important to find a meaning to our lives? That, unfortunately, is what comes with intellect. When you start to become self-aware, you start to want to have some sort of meaning to what you do. There's no meaning to what we do. As I said, I am a nihilist, a dyed-in-the-wool nihilist / cosmicist. everything we do is meaningless. It is useless on the grand scheme of things. But if we reduce it to the microcosmic level, what I do does not affect the cosmos in any way, shape, or form. But if I'm on a bus and a little old lady who is very, very tired and her feet hurt and she has trouble standing gets onto that bus and she is facing a very, very uncomfortable ride, if I stand up and I take my hat off and I just say to her, "Ma'am, please take my seat," she sits down. She is no longer uncomfortable. She is happier. She is pleased that a stranger did this for her. In the grand scheme of things, in the great cosmos, this has no effect whatsoever. But it meant something to that lady. And that's good enough for me. Because I can't affect the cosmos, but I can affect the person next to me. So I might as well take victories where I can. I hearken back to an old story when I was in the world of wildlife rehabilitation. This story circulated. Every wildlife rehabber heard this story, and it resonated with all of us. And the story goes that there was a young man went out for a walk early in the morning on a beach. And as the tide had gone out, millions of starfish had gotten trapped. As the tide receded, there were millions of starfish that were now caught on the beach, trapped by the retreating tide, and doomed because they can't live outside of the water. And the young man saw an old man with his cane, and very, very painfully, it was very hard for him. He would stoop down, he would pick up a starfish, and he would throw it back into the waves. Then, groaning, grunting in pain, he would bend down and pick up another and toss it into the waves. And the young man thought this was very droll, and he went up to the old man and he said, "Hey, Grandpa, why the fuck are you bothering? There are millions of starfish on this beach. You're picking 1, 2, or 3 up and throwing them back. It can't possibly make a difference. Why do you bother?" And the old man picked up another starfish and he said to the young man, "It makes a difference to this one." And he threw it back into the waves. So yes, I'm a nihilist. What I do on a daily basis is not going to affect the universe. But it might, just might possibly make another human being happy. That's worth it to me. Mr. Morningstar is heading to bed. Good night, Mr. Morningstar. When this glass is empty, for those of you who've been waiting or dreading the drawing portion of the stream, when this glass is done, we shall get to that. Conquer the Cat says, "I wish I had someone to throw me back into the waves." That's a very, very deep statement, Conquer. We often spend our days, our weeks, our lives waiting for someone to throw us back into the waves, hoping somebody will throw us back into the waves. Not realizing that sometimes it's not just being thrown back into the waves that we need. As a starfish sitting here waiting for someone to throw us back into the waves, there are other things that folks do for us that could easily be forgotten. Because in our narrow view of life, that is what we're waiting to be thrown back into the waves. Let us not forget that every day people do things for other folk that they don't necessarily have to do. Somebody holds a door open for you when you've got a big box in your arms. Somebody smiles and says good morning to you. Somebody notices an expression on your face and says, "Is everything all right?" That right there is the salvation of humanity to this nihilist, to this cosmicist. Mankind is a useless animal. We are a plague upon the cosmos. Until that moment when a singular individual approaches another individual and without any sort of hope or expectation of benefit or profit says to that individual, "Is everything all right? Is there something I can do?" That tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of energy, right then and there, is the salvation of humanity. It really is all we have left. That willingness to reach out to another person without expectation of reward, that willingness to reach out to another person who appears to need something, and either to provide it to them or to offer comfort to them in its lack. As long as humanity still has that quality, we won't need these. When we reach the point that a person falls injured on the sidewalk and nowhere is the Samaritan that will stop to bind their wounds, at that point is humanity lost. We're not there yet. Let's hope we never get there. Oh, let's see. Maybe I shouldn't read the chat. There's a lot of shit going on here. Yep. Oh boy. They're talking about Ferengi now. I'm going to have some more wine. When they're done, we'll get back to the show. I shall quote. No, I shall not quote. I shall paraphrase the great humanitarian Mr. Rogers. You younger kids missed out not growing up with Mr. Rogers. He was an interesting moral compass. He was a beacon in the darkness of Vietnam in the civil rights era. There was always Mr. Rogers. Fred Rogers. He was a Pittsburgher, by the way. He did his best to try to help children understand when shit went wrong. One of his greatest contributions on his little show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, because he was broadcasting the show at a time when there was a lot of heavy crap going on. Mr. Rogers told the children, when they're looking at a street with bombs going off, he told the children, look for the helpers. Pay attention to the helpers. When these poor young kids were watching hell unfold on the news, he taught them, yeah, it's bad, but look for the ones who are running to help the other people. Focus on them. I like to believe that more than anything was his legacy. The legacy of this man that told children, yeah, shit's gonna happen. You're not going to understand it. Don't try. But look for the person who's running to help somebody else. Focus on that. All right, what's going on here? Merrick the Wolf will be 34 at the end of the month. Happy birthday in advance, Merrick. That was interesting. Now they're talking about Mr. Rogers, and that's fine. I think that's a very, very good thing to tell children, because children are going to be overwhelmed when they see scenes of horror and devastation and carnage and chaos. How can you expect a child to make sense of all this when we as adults barely can? Look for the helpers. When all this shit's going on, look for the person who's running in to pick someone up. Look for the person who is helping somebody else out of the disaster. Yeah, this cosmicist, this nihilist, himself will always look for the helpers. I've been the helper. Maybe Mr. Rogers had an impression on me. That's what we do. I like to be the helper. The one that carries people. The one that directs folks to safety. I guess I can thank Mr. Rogers for that. This was a conversation I was having just yesterday with a friend, as a matter of fact, about heroism. It's a funny word. Hero. Oh, hero is heroics and heroism. Yeah, great, wonderful. I don't think a lot of folk understand what it's all about. Now, I'm speaking only from my own experience. I have done many things that people have described as heroic. Oh, Uncle Kage is a hero because he did this. I don't use the word heroism. I use the word thoughtlessness. Because every single thing that I have done, where I have gotten applause and people said, you deserve a medal for what you did, has come about because I was not thinking about what I was doing. Oh, Uncle Kage pulled a lady out of a burning car. Uncle Kage went into a burning building and pulled this lady's cat out. Uncle Kage did this amazing thing. He's a hero. No, Uncle Kage's a fucking idiot. Uncle Kage did this because he wasn't thinking at the time. Oh, look, I have to help this lady. I will go do it. Full stop. The other data is kind of being lined up right now. Excuse me, the building's fucking on fire right now. The support beams are giving way. The thing is about to collapse. I wasn't noticing that. I didn't even realize it. It's like, oh, I must do the thing. I'd be willing to suspect that for a lot of people that people say, ew, he's heroic, it's the same thing. It is action without thought. It's like being Han Solo. Oh, look, this thing must be done. Let us go do it. Yay, I did the thing. Now that it's done, let's analyze the circumstance. Oh, that was really stupid. I probably should not have done the thing. Vovaka points out, yes, bravery and stupidity do go hand in hand. Okay, Durst the Demon. Uncle Kage got a soldier on a plane so we can get back home. Okay, that's a different matter. That's a different matter. That is a case of here is someone in need that is going to have a really bad day if I don't act. And if I act, it really won't affect my day. At that point, there's not a lot of thought goes into it. That was Lotfi. Those of you who don't know that story, I actually still have the thing. What is it called? Let me back up and tell the story. Don't go putting a bunch of shit in the channel here because I won't read it. I'm telling a story right now. I was on the West Coast and I was going to be flying back here to North Carolina, and they were asking for volunteers because the flight was oversold. Okay. I don't really need to get back anytime. My boss is a very understanding fellow. So yeah, I put my name down. Yeah, you can put my name down. I will volunteer my seat. And they said, well, we'll let you know if we need it. So I sat there because everything is very last minute with boarding a plane these days. They won't know until they're ready to shut the door if shit's going to be needed. So the lady came up to me and said, oh, okay, yes, we are going to need your seat. The plane is oversold. Let's get, other people on. Thank you very much. We're going to give you a voucher for $600 for giving up your seat. Okay, dude, I get a free $600 just by agreeing to take a later flight. This is great. Capitalism at its best. So I was very happy. She gave me the little voucher. I put it in my pocket. Yeah, I have $600 of free money. So I started walking, and I saw a young gentleman. He appeared to be of Middle Eastern descent. He was looking very, very dejected. And I stopped. I said, oh, I guess they weren't able to get you on the flight. He said, no, my number didn't come up. And then he said, I'm in real trouble. I'm in the military and I need to be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, or I'm AWOL. I said, dude, did you tell them that? And he said, well, I told them, but... Okay. I have no problem giving up my seat, but this poor son of a bitch, he's going to fucking get put in the stockade if he's not back on time. This is the military. AWOL, absent without leave. He has to be back. And he said, I've been bumped from 3 flights. And I said, okay, this will not do. I said, come with me. And we went up to the United Airlines Club, where I have a little bit of status because I fly a lot. I went up and I said, this young gentleman here, he needs to be back in North Carolina tomorrow at 9 a.m. It's now 7 a.m. today. What can we do? We have to get him home. So they went, okay, no. There's nothing we can offer. They said, the only thing we can suggest is that maybe he can get a flight on Southwest Airlines. And I said, can you arrange that? And they said, oh no, Southwest doesn't talk to anybody, let alone us. So I took the fellow and I sat him down. I got him some coffee, got him some breakfast. He was still very agitated, very nervous, very upset. I said, don't worry, we'll get you through this. His name was Lotfi, by the way, Lotfi. Delightful young man. He worked as a translator for the U.S. Army. And I got on the phone to Southwest Airlines. And I found out that we could get him a flight leaving in about an hour, but it was going to cost $585. I said to Lotfi, do you have that kind of money? And he looked very dejected. He said, no, I don't. I can't afford that. Well, I pulled out this voucher and I said, you know, I'd still be $15 up on the deal. So I said to Southwest, all right, deal. Give me the ticket. And Lotfi said, no, wait. I said, no. Don't ask questions. I'm Uncle Kage. Don't ask me shit, okay? I bought him the ticket on Southwest Airlines. I said, all right, you're leaving from gate number whatever the fuck. Go on down there. Good luck. Have fun in North Carolina. Well, he went off. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh, what a wonderful, nice thing that I did. And then I get a notification about my flight saying, we've had to reschedule your flight because of the snow. What snow? Apparently there was a few snowflakes seen in North Carolina. And once some snowflakes show up in North Carolina, everything shuts down. Because, ooh, snow, North Carolina. So I said, okay, go ahead, reschedule me. And I thought, oh, wait, Lotfi. And I ran and I found him, and he was on his cell phone. They had canceled his Southwest flight to North Carolina because of the snow. So I grabbed the phone away from him. I said, okay, the fuck is going on? And they said, well, snow, you know, there were 14 snowflakes seen in North Carolina. That's going to close the schools for the next week. I said, we need to get this kid to North Carolina tomorrow. He's on orders. He's going to be AWOL if we don't get him there by 9 a.m. And they said, well, everything going to Raleigh is canceled. So I said, all right, how close can we get him? And the lady was a little silent. I said, okay, listen to me. If we can't get to Raleigh, where can I get him tomorrow? And she was able to get him to Washington, D.C. And she said, but there's a fare difference. All right, what is the new fare? And she said, the new fare would be $596. I said, I'm still $4 up on the deal. I said, all right, give me that one. Get into Washington, D.C. So we got him a plane to Washington, D.C. And he said, but that's Washington. I have to get to North Carolina. I said, give me a moment. That's when I called a particular car rental agency that Anthrocon does business with. I said, hi, this is Anthrocon. Anthrocon. Look it up on your computer. I need some shit. And they said, oh, okay. So I said to him, I can't remember the number. I said, can you afford like $95 for a rental car? He said, yeah, I think so. I said, great. When you get to Washington, go to the rental car counter, tell them, this is important, your name is Sam Conway, you are with Anthrocon, you need to pick up a car. Now, it was on his credit card. This was not Anthrocon money, it was just Anthrocon's name that I threw out. I'll cut to the end of the story. Lotfi got to his base in North Carolina at 8:46 a.m., 14 minutes before he would have been AWOL. Now, why did I do this? Was there immediate benefit to me? Not really. But there was significant benefit to this young man. And it was worth it to me that he would benefit from this entire exercise. So here I am, a nihilist and a cosmicist, but I'm still a furry. And if after all this effort, someone else's day can be made by what I've done, well, that kind of is the hallmark of what furries are all about. So that worked for me. No. And again, I still have the $600 voucher stuck on my refrigerator there, just as a kind of little reminder of this story. I still email Lotfi back and forth periodically. The many, many stories I have from traveling and meeting these many folks, some of these people I have kept contact with years and years later. Drax is here. He would tell you that he was there to meet with my befuddled English people. Those of you who know that story, the wonderful Varley family that I met on an ill-fated trip. Drax actually got to meet them. And we took an amazing picture during the latest trip that I had to Yorkshire, because the Varleys came up to visit. And I say it's an amazing picture because it is an amazing picture. I am going to pull that up right now because I contacted them and said, "Oh, I am coming to Yorkshire, and you are English people who live in like Yorkshire and shit like that. We should probably do some stuff." And that's what I said. Really? I didn't realize I still had them. Never mind. I saw a picture I didn't realize I still had. Anyway, they decided we were going to get together at this remarkable pizza restaurant. I'm pretty sure it was a pizza restaurant. Drax can correct me. But when I saw this pizza restaurant and I saw the advertisement in the front, it was just too freaking perfect. Drax, help me out. Was that this year or last year? I'm in my phone trying to figure out, was that 2023 or 2022? Because time has lost all meaning for me. I really have no idea. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning, for goodness sake. Oh, incidentally, if you do want to visit Yorkshire, Drax is an absolutely consummate host. He will drain your life essence and leave you a desiccated husk. But he is still a consummate host. So I just want to make sure that I understand that everybody understands that. All right. Where is the wonderful picture of that restaurant? Oh, here's a picture of a bunch of dead English people. I don't think we want that. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yes. Here is the wonderful family Varley. They had chosen this restaurant. I don't think they saw the advertisement in front of the restaurant at the time, but I saw that and said, we have to get a photo of that. Is that very, very clear? Can you all see what it says there? Yes. Dinner with Britain's hottest American. So that was me there, you see. A bunch of stuff's been going on. I should look back here, yeah? Marek the Wolf, wasn't you in a burning down airport? Yes, that was Pearson Airport in Toronto, but that's another story. I got an entire story hour out of that, yeah? Yes. And Durs the Demon says, picture it didn't happen. Durs, I just showed you the pic, didn't I? All right. Jan Long says, drain your life essence. So Drax is a cat. He is a demon, but cat and demon, I think, are synonymous. So basically, yes. Oh, boy. Okay. This particular bottle of wine is done, and I have promised that when we reach that point, we shall get to the drawing portion of the stream. This is for the Patreon patrons. This is when my dear and sainted mom goes and does the laundry or something, because she said this is the most boring part of the stream. But okay, sure. We are going to go to the drawing camp. Now, here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. When I set this shit up, I set the drawing cam to have the dildo mic here go to the drawing cam, and it was very, very nice. I'm going to go to the drawing cam. I need you all to tell me, is the sound crackly or shit? Because apparently I can switch to a different microphone and then back, and it will then be non-crackly. So basically, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to switch to the drawing cam. So now all of you tell me, is the sound good or is it crackly? And Tom Fox says refresh. Thank you, Tom. I will refresh while we go to here. Okay, I have refreshed the drawing requests, Now, how is the sound? Is the sound crackly? It's fucking crackly. Okay, this is the... Here's what we're going to do. Right? Here's what we're going to do. Okay, hang on. Wait for it. In your properties. No. I'm going to switch to a microphone. Okay, I have switched to a different microphone. How does it sound now? Is it better? Is it better? Now, folks say it is fine. So what I'm going to do, it's like a tin can on a string. What I will do now is I will go back to the original microphone. Is it better now? This is the original microphone that was crackly and shit. Okay. This is good old OBS. Fuck you, OBS. It was... Okay, you probably cannot hear that, but there's a car alarm going off that sounds very much like my car. Can you hear that? Whatever it is, it stopped. It must not be my car. Okay, so we are now going to go to the drawing requests. First, we have Mama T. And Mama T says she wants a drunk turkey on Thanksgiving. We can do that. Now, we all know the easiest way to draw a turkey is to draw the old-fashioned hand turkey. You draw the hand turkey just like this. Here's how you draw a hand turkey, all right? You do this. Back in the 1960s, they had us drawing hand turkeys in kindergarten. Yes, here's how it works, right? There, that's how you draw a turkey. That's what turkeys look like. But turkeys, of course, have beaks, and then they have like their testicles under their faces because who knows with turkeys, you know, right? But this one is a drunken turkey, right? And he's got a glass of wine in his little turkey hand here because turkeys, of course, have opposable thumbs, which many of you did not know. That is actually a scientific fact that turkeys do have opposable thumbs on Thanksgiving. So this is a drunk turkey on Thanksgiving. So this is for Mama T, and we're going to sign it Uncle Kage. And because it's Mama T, she gets a nice little heart there because she's a darling. So that is a drunken turkey on Thanksgiving for Mama T. Now, next we have Furry Trainer, who coincidentally wants a hand turkey. That's easy enough because you remember to draw turkeys, all you have to do. Now, you can talk to Grandma Kage. She probably has like hand turkeys from myself and my sisters for years. There you go. Okay, that's how you draw a turkey. Now, remember, turkeys have beaks, right? And they've got their testicles under their faces for reasons that no one can figure out. But this one is particularly drunk. And this one we're going to give a very, very large glass of wine to. Because it is for Furry Trainer, who is an absolute doll. Let's get the turkey's hand on here. Yeah, that works. That works. This is for furry trainer, and this is Uncle Kage. There you go. Thank you so much. Yep. That goes over here. And remember, you wonderful Patreon patrons, I'll send you all this shit tomorrow, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. Okay. Next, we have... oh dear. Excuse me just a moment. We're going to go back to the main camera here. Terribly sorry. I shall be right back. I seem to have spilled some wine. Party foul. I apologize. I shall be right back. I can clean this shit. Be right back. Yes, yes. Towel. Okay, I also want to share, I'm sorry, I want to share the particular thought process with everyone here. Apparently, once one has had a little bit of wine, especially when one is a scientist, one tends to get a little bit addlepated. I was frantically looking for a towel to clean the wine up with, but I couldn't find one because all the towels were in the laundry. And then it occurred to me, oh, you could get one of the... Never mind. Pardon me. It's just that it's a new sofa. I want to make sure. Yeah. All right. Don't ever get old or too drunk. Shit happens. You won't like it. All right. Okay, I think that's got it. Right, okay, we're going to keep this here just in case some other shit happens. Okay, I'm sorry. Terribly sorry for the interruption. Let's check the channel. What are people griping and bitching about here? You don't need a towel, just a tongue. Yeah, Let's get back to the drawing, shall we? Okay, where were we? We were at Bobo Poulette. Actually, we're going to come back to Bobo Poulette because that one is a somewhat involved drawing that Bobo has asked for. So we're going to skip to Silver Foxwolf. Silver Foxwolf has asked, let's go back to the drawing cam. Silver Foxwolf has asked for 3 foxes trying to decide who gets the last cookie. Actually, that one should be relatively easy. Let's go back to, here we go. Okay. Okay, first off, we have Silver Foxwolf three foxes trying to decide who gets the last cookie. Okay, well, we need three foxes. Okay. Here's fox number. Now, remember, foxes have these very, very long, pointy muzzles, right? Yep, and they've got, like, floof over here. Now this one has, like, a bowl haircut, right? Yep. And he's got a fox tail, which you have to draw there. Yep. And then this one here, he's got a slightly wider muzzle. He might be part wolf, right? He's got like a bunch of floof out here, but nothing on top, right? So that's fox number 2. And this fox has absolutely nothing up top. I'm going to leave it to the folks in the channel to tell me who I have in mind when I am drawing these 3 foxes. I'm going to give you all a moment or two. This is for SFW. As folks type very, very... thank you, Aldea Carufus. This one's saying... spread out. This one's saying... I'm a victim of circumstance. And this one's just saying, nyah, nyah, nyah. Thank you, Aldea Carufus. You figured it out ahead of everyone else. But they're all after the same cookie, which is a chocolate chip cookie, which is being carried off by a cockroach because cockroaches like cookies. And that is for Silver Fox. Well, thank you so terribly much. That is one of my enduring regrets in life, that I never had the opportunity to meet Mo Howard, that is Moses Horowitz, in real life. I would have loved to have done such a thing. All right, okay. So that is Silver Fox Wolf. Silent Dawn wants a wild, hungry tiger prowling the streets of North Kakalaki in search of a cold Coors Light. Here's what we have. We have a tiger. Remember, to draw a tiger, you draw a pair of testicles first. You can always draw a tiger with a pair of testicles by starting out with them. There we go. And then we have the cookie-shaped ears that tigers have, right? But he is hungry and prowling, right? And he is wild and hungry and prowling. He's a tiger. Remember, we had to have our stripes, right? And he's got the tiger tail, which you have to also add stripes to. And let's give him some stripes on his face, because that way you'll know he's a tiger. And he's like, rawr, right? And he is in search of Coors Light. But he cannot find any Coors Light because, what's the calendar say? Here we have a calendar, and it says Sunday, 12 November. And it is unfortunately 10 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, and in North Carolina you cannot buy alcohol before noon on a Sunday, so our poor tiger here is shit out of luck. So I am so terribly sorry, Silent Dawn. You should have come back on a day that was not Sunday in North Kakalaki. Okay, next we have David Hunter wants a festive hand turkey. Let me get back to this, make sure I'm still centered here. Dave Hunter wants a hand turkey. You know what? I'm going to give Dave Hunter a left hand turkey. Let's see how this works. Can I actually draw a hand turkey with my left hand? Here we are. All right. It got stuck. There we are. So this turkey still has a beak, and they still have their testicles under their faces, because who knows what it is with turkeys, right? But this is a festive hand turkey, so we have to have a evilly festive hand turkey. What we do not know is that he is surfing for turkey porn on e621.net. That's as festive as you get. That's for Dave Hunter. Thank you very much, Dave. I hope you're not disappointed. You probably will be, but I cannot help that. I don't know who the fuck I am. Now, Uncle Kage, that's me. All right, that's for Dave Hunter. There we go. Now, we have our dear old friend Tom Fox. Let's check the channel here. All right, no, okay. Nobody's saying we can't hear you or shit, so we're going to go back to this crap here. All right, next we have Tom Fox. Yes, there we go. A cat wearing a wizard hat unsuccessfully trying to ride a broomstick. Okay, we can do that. This is for Tom Fox via AI, right? Okay. A cat wearing a wizard hat unsuccessfully trying to ride a broomstick. Okay, let's draw the cat first. Remember, to draw a cat, you just draw some testicles, right? And then, but he's wearing a wizard hat. Wizard hats tend to be pointy, like that, right? So we will add the cat ears kind of coming through the wizard hat, right? Like that. I guess if he's a wizard, he's got like magical eyes, right? Okay, yeah, that would do. But we gotta have whiskers because he's a cat, right? Okay, so we got the cat body. Okay, so the cat is riding a broomstick. Okay, so we've got the broomstick, and here we've got the handle of the broomstick up here that the cat is riding on. And here's his tail, and that's a cat tail, and a broom, really nothing else. especially not E621. And we're going to sign it Tianlong, because if this makes it on the internet, I want to make sure that credit goes where credit is due, shall we? Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very, very kindly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Muchas gracias. Arigato gozaimasu. Danke sehr, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, sorry, we have to go back to the one, because this one is very, very, very exceptionally special. Let's go back to the requester. Okay, this is for Bobo Paulette. That is BP to their friends. We have Stormy, Rag Top, and Blep Tarts. Standing side by side, holding hands, smiling from ear to ear as hearts float all around them. Let me say that again. Stormy, Ragtops, and Blepfarts standing side by side, holding hands and smiling from ear to ear as hearts float all around them. Now, I was sent a ref sheet for these three individuals. Stormy is a fulf. Now, to draw a fulf, you basically draw a wolf and a fox at the same time, which I've just done. So you've got extra floof, but kind of ears that are kind of very, very broad like this. But fulfs, by their nature, are extremely high, as you can see. That's what they look like. Okay, so there's that. That's Stormy, who is a fulf. I've lost my mouse. Okay, and then we have, wait a minute, is this one of the characters? I'm sorry, let me go back to the request. Rag Top, is this Rag Top? It says Reynard Fox. I'm exceptionally confused. Okay, you know what? We're going to assume that is. So we're going to draw a fox. Foxes have these very, very narrow muzzles, just like this, right? Yep. And they got foxy ears, just like it. But they are also very, very happy to be looking up at whatever is up here, right? Okay. Okay, and then we've got Bleptards, who is a cat of some sort. So we draw the testicle face, as cats have, right? That's how you draw cats, right? Okay, and this one we're just going to make very, very happy, right? Okay, that's Blep Tarts, I guess. Okay, wow, this is complex. I'm sorry. Okay, standing side by side, holding hands. Okay, we can do that, right? Smiling ear to ear. That one's kind of already there. As hearts float all around them. I don't know if that's a heart or a butt. I mean, really, what is a heart but a butt? I mean, if you draw a heart upside down, it's a butt, right? It's an ass. So, okay, they have a bunch of inverted asses around there. You know what? That's good enough for you. Hopefully you're very, very happy. Whoever the hell I am. All right, that's... Thank you very much, Bobo. Okay, okay, I got Mama T with the hand turkey. I got Furry Trainer with the hand turkey. I got Bobo Poulet with all that shit. I got Bobo Silver Fox Wolf, Silent Dawn, David Hunter, festive hand turkey for David Hunter, and wow, this is my life. Oh my God, yes. All right, if my third grade homeroom teacher could see me right now, she would say, "This is exactly what I predicted for you, you little piece of shit." I was Miss Bishop. Yeah, I hope she's burning in hell right now, the cunt. All right, okay. Nustul is heading off. Thank you, Nustul, for being here. Whatever. I still have the remnants of the bottle that did not spill. This is the Austrian wine. So we're going to pour some of that in here. Hopefully you don't mind. Oh, and the audio and video is within sync. All right. Yes, we only spilled about 200 milliliters of the Austrian wine, which is fine. I want to point out this was given to me by an actual Austrian at Eurofurence, and I said, aus wo kommst du? And he said, ich komme aus Österreich. And I said, dude, wow, that's amazing. The last time these guys let an Austrian, look what happened. But we're not going to get into that. Okay, so we're back to the Austrians to here. Okay. All right, now we are back to the show. Thank you all, my amazing Patreon patrons, for being very, very... I just want to make sure I didn't get any on the sofa. For being very, very Patreon, as you were. Right. Okay, so back to... all right, back to the stream. All right, where were we? Oh, yes, Furry Operator says, Happy Veterans Day. I shall take that as Happy Remembrance Day, and when you say happy, I shall accept that as in the spirit that it's offered. This isn't what I would call a happy day, but again, I shall accept it in the spirit that is offered. Thank you for all your support of veterans over the years. Now that I'm out and free, which cons do you plan on going to so I can hammer you? So I can get you hammered. I'm sorry, these are brand new glasses. I'm still getting used to them. I just got them on Thursday, so I'm still getting adjusted to them. I'm sorry. Okay. I have been thus far for 2024. I have been invited to Motor City FurCon. I shall, of course, be going to Anthrocon. I shall be going to Eurofurence. And those are actually, as of now, the only conventions that have confirmed me to be there. It is almost a certainty I'll be going to Confuror in Mexico. There is negotiations with another European convention. I'm not going to mention it until it is a done deal. But there is another convention that is in the... Actually, there are two conventions that are in the European theater that have asked me if I'd be interested in attending. We are still working on those. But right now, those are the only ones that are on the docket. I want to point out that my dear friend Ronnie who, as if anybody on this channel was not aware, is the person who literally invented Floor Wars, invented the modern concept of the fursuit dance competition. Ronnie is going to be a special appearance at JMOF in January, and I am trying very, very hard to tag along with him. It's like, oh, Ronnie, you're going to Japan. Can I go with you? It's for me. It's for me. Can I go too? It's for me. It's for me. So, Ronnie is going to be making a special appearance as a special guest at JMOF, and I am really hoping I can tag along with that one. Yeah. Wildcat, Wolf, help me. WW. No FE, I don't know. That one is still up in the air. We're working on that. Fernal Equinox has faced some challenges this year. I fully sympathize with what they are dealing with, but it is not clear right now if they are going to be able to entertain, or I should say, rather, endure having Uncle Kage on their doorstep. I would not blame them if they wanted to do away with it, but we're still working on that one. And Thomas Foxbow says, see the difference between baklava and baklava now? Actually, no, I don't. They're the same thing. I'm going to stop right now. Vovaka, you have piqued my curiosity. The debacle when Jim Davis released a Garfield strip on Remembrance Day. I am unfamiliar with this, but I would like to know. So, Vivaka, what are we talking about? Okay. Meanwhile, Nikolai Tiger says, I'm curious to what pattern is on the blanket covering the back of the couch. This was a gift that was given to me. I shall hold it up if Cerberus will let go without falling on me. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. This wonderful artwork, let me hold it up. I guess you can see it from there. This is the artwork of it's from Mira. If you're familiar with the can you see it? Yeah. This was actually given me. I'm having a little difficulty remembering shit right now, but I am pretty sure that Gummibjorn arranged this. This is from the creator of the Mira strip, Electra Fencer. This is her amazing artwork from Mira. Can you see? I don't even know if you can see it, but I'll tell you what. We're just going to hold this down here for now. Actually, no, we are not, because since this is artwork, I don't want to run the risk of spilling more wine on it, so we're going to put this back there. But yes, that is Electra Fencer's Mira artwork. That's M-Y-R-E. If you are not familiar with Electra Fencer's Mira, shame on you. It is one of the most incredible pieces of artwork to come out of our fandom, and I highly recommend it. Yeah. Silent Dawn says Cerberus is drunk. Cerberus is 3 times drunk. And don't forget, we have our little plague doctor down here too. Let's see. Azzy-chan, no chance of seeing you in Orlando anytime soon. I do like Megaplex. Megaplex is a convention that I supported for many years in the past. I do not care to visit Florida until such a time as I can be assured that Florida is fully invested in being a democracy. So, with absolute highest respect and love and affection to Megaplex, I shall not be traveling to Florida until the political climate there is such that it is a little more welcoming. Bobaka, if you could email that to me, we're talking about the Jim Davis strip. I'm actually interested, yes. And Vovaka says, in all caps, I did! You've seen Vovaka on the stream. You have to imagine that deep, booming Viking voice. I did! Yeah. Yes, Azzy-chan, Florida is a political hot button right now. Until things settle down, I will be waiting on the sidelines. Let's just leave it at that. All right, where were we? What else is coming on here? Well, I guess I can close this, and I can close the window on azide. Basically, lots of fucking nitrogens. Oh, wait a minute. Apparently, I can relaunch Chrome to update. We're going to do that. Let's see what happens if I relaunch Chrome. Will it bring up azide, and will it blow up my face? No. Okay, never mind. That was very... when people were asking me about conventions in 2024, I didn't specifically mention Brazil Fur Fest because I haven't been actually given any sort of official welcome to Brazil Fur Fest 2024. I would not like to impose. I don't want to presume that I shall be going without any sort of official invitation. You notice how I'm saying this slowly and keep looking at the chat, that I know that Danny, who is the chairman of Brazil Fur Fest, isn't here. Oh, Danny says, I'll fire the idiot who didn't send you an official invitation. Well, I guess that means that there's going to be a new chairman for Brazil Fur Fest, isn't it? I never did receive any sort of official invitation, but I have to tell you all what happened in Germany and Hamburg. There was a Brazilian restaurant. Here I am in Hamburg, Germany. I am there. It's only been a month since I was at Brazil Fur Fest, and folks said, let's go to this Brazilian restaurant. So we went downtown in Hamburg. They got a very, very cosmopolitan area, a lot of international restaurants. We went down to the Brazilian restaurant, and we had a little, private room off to the side. It was myself, some very, very good friends, and basically some randos that showed up. Why the fuck not? We had a little private room. And it was a very authentic Brazilian restaurant because the waitress and the owner and the bartender were all speaking Brazilian Portuguese. They were actually very, very Brazilian. And they brought us the menu. And I looked, and they had, drinks, and then cachaça. And then cachaça de jambu. I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to say cachaça de jambu. And I'm going to leave that there. I saw that and said, ooh. And the waitress came by and I said, cachaça de jambu. And she looked a little concerned and she said, in English, she said, do you know what that is? And I said, si. And she said, do you want it? I said, si. So she brought it to me and I shared it with the table. I had some Norwegians and some Germans who learned that Brazilian cachaça de jambu will fucking kick your ass. And it did. But there was something else that happened that I thought was a lot of fun. I'm going to do this. We were in our little private room. And I had my wine glass. And let's get it going. Have to get it going. Remember, it give me a second. I'll figure it out. Might be a little too greasy. I was sitting there in this Brazilian restaurant in Hamburg in a private room. Maybe I have too much shice on here. There we go. I started doing this. And I was doing this. And from around the corner, in the main dining room, outside of our line of sight, we heard a voice shout, Kage! Povaka can tell you, he is a witness. He saw it happen. I still have no idea who it was, but apparently whoever they were immediately knew who the idiot was that was doing it and wanted to shut me up. Oh, Danny says, I invited you in person at Anthrocon. Danny, amigo, you of all people should understand. You made face noise at me at Anthrocon and you expect me to remember it? I thank you for whatever you said at Anthrocon, but could you kindly please send a follow-up email? Because I don't remember it. Nom nom. Oh, Marek the Wolf says, a reminder for people in snow-prone areas, buy snow tires. And no, all seasons are not snow tires. Okay, Marek, I appreciate your input and thank you very much for that. An important safety tip. However, here in North Carolina, we do not have snow tires. We have all seasons and that's all we have. What will happen is there will be snow. When the snow arrives, the place will shut down. It will be like The Walking Dead. There will be nothing out there. The schools will be closed. The government offices will be closed. The streets will be shut down. The only people out driving will be us Northerners, because we can. And Danny says, yes, I will write everything for Anthropon. Good to know. Oh, incidentally, Danny and other folk. You're paying the trip to a lot of your friends coming to. Wait a minute. Hang on. Danny says, as far as I know, Kage, you're paying the trip to a lot of your friends coming to Brazil. I counted 10 the last times we talked. Was I sober when I promised that? I hope not. We're going to have to talk about that. They don't pay scientists like they used to. Yeah, right. I still recall, changing subjects here. Vivaka says, we were having a pot in the room, remember? No. Remind me, Vivaka, what the hell you're talking about? Oh, yeah, hang on. Okay, hang on. Wait a minute. Here's what I do know. Vivaka, you were kind of like an attaché this past year. My understanding, if I was reading the Anthropon emails, is our safety department gave you like a role this year, like actually made you official. So does that mean I've got to bring you out again this year? Because you're an expensive date. I just want to make sure you know that. Okay, Vivaka. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to hoist you off on the safety department. You're under their budget. I am washing my hands of it. You are coming out of the safety budget. Oh, you have a $1,000 voucher. The safety budget now has a $1,000 voucher. There we go. We're just going to add that in here. Oh, Danny says, Alkali even asked me to buy him a very blending in swimming suit for him. Danny, Alkali doesn't need a swimming suit. He just needs an attaché. As we discussed last year, Danny, Alkali needs a local attaché that you can assign to him. Yeah. Katie says, time to read Glenn Birmingham to Zach before bed. That sounds like a code, but Zach is my great nephew and Glenn Birmingham is a guy. Katie, you do that. Have a lot of fun. Yes, an author. He is an author. Right. Assigned. Actually, Katie, I have a better idea. You can read Glenn Birmingham to Zach, but I'll tell you what. One of these nights, try reading Albert Payson Terhune and see how that goes over. Yum, yum. Folks who have been watching the stream know of my affection for the author Albert Payson Terhune. He wrote stories more than 100 years ago about dogs. This was a man that I still believe of all of the 20th century authors, he knew dogs better than anyone. His stories include The Way of the Dog, The Heart of the Dog. This man understood. If he was alive today, he would have been a furry. Oh, but apparently Zach likes dragons. So I'll tell you what, Katie, talk to Ronnie and Tianlong. They can give you some amazing stories to talk about. Durs the Dragon says Alkali needs a tent. No, Alkali pitches a tent perfectly well on his own without any assistance from the organizers. And I noticed Alkali didn't show up to this stream, so we can talk about him all we want to. Silver's heading to bed. Silver, for Christ's sake, dude, it's fucking 2:30 in the morning. Thank you for coming, my friend. Go to sleep. Sleep it off. We'll talk in the morning. No. And Tianlong says, if you bring Alkali to the Brazilian beaches, he will be the tent himself. Tianlong is a very, very insightful old beast. He knows Alkali's state of mind. Excuse me, Vovaka, that is crowd control, not kraut control. You are not working Euroference, you're walking Anthrocon. So it is not kraut control, it is crowd control. Make sure you get that straight. The Rakshasan says, the Rakshasan is also going to bed. All of our dear friends in Europe and eastward are heading to bed, and I am so very, very glad that you all stayed up this late. Thank you all very much for joining us tonight. I hope that you were in the slightest bit entertained. Yep. And Durs says, if I laugh any harder, I'm going to cough up a lung. There are lots of people out there looking for lung donors, Durs, so let's keep you laughing because we might make a little bit of money off of you. Positive Tiger Gamer, I'm chilling up in the NE of the US. All right, put up Positive Tiger. When you say NE, where exactly are you? Inquiring minds want to know. Where are you in the NE of the US? Please tell us. We're waiting for Positive Tiger to type, because I lived for 5 years in New England. That's, Durs can't donate lung cancer. All right, you get a pass. Have a drink instead. Oh, the Rakshasan says, my NE is mass. That's not NE. I spent years in Vermont. That's NE. I have visited Newfoundland. That's as NE as you get. Northeast section of U.S. in Connecticut. Seriously, dude? No. Okay, that's... no, that is not NE. I'm sorry, no. All right. We will give you an honorary NE for that, okay? It's just, I used to drive through Connecticut to get to Vermont. That was NE. Marek the Wolf says, I can see Lake Erie from my house. That doesn't count. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff. No, not Vermouth, Vermont. Although Vermouth would have been a lot more fun. Yeah. Azuchan says, Diego and I have discussed trying to make it to Anthrocon one year. Finances get in the way. I understand that. By the way, I want to point out that Azzy and Diego are some of my oldest friends in this fandom. It is very, very good to see you here. I very much hope you can make to Anthrocon. And allow me to state this right now. If you both can make it to Anthrocon, I will make it my absolute mission to allow you to buy me a drink when you get there. Let's make that an agreement. Old as in you knew them a long time. Old as in I used to talk to Digo on Furry Muck years ago. I went to their wedding. I was there when Digo and Azzy got married. I remember when their children were babies. They're like congressmen now or something like that. Holy shit. How old are they now? Jesus, I don't remember. They're like running the country. Holy crap. Azzy-chan, how old are the kids? Are they congressmen? If they're congressmen, I'm just gonna jump off the roof right now. Okay, 15. That's almost old enough to be a congressman. Only one. Wait a minute. I thought you had two. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. I forget. They only have one kid. The thing is, Digo himself is. Never. I am not going to finish that train of thought. Never mind. I am not going to finish that train of thought. You can see how an old man can get very, very confused. It's just. Let's move on. Let's move on, shall we? Nom, nom, nom. I really do want to finish this glass. What the hell time is it? Holy crap, I've been at this 3.5 hours. Holy crap. You sure you only have one? I thought you had two. We'll figure it out later. All right, I'm going to close some of these windows that are open here. Vaka says, running out of stamina, old man? Listen, Beardo, I will take you on with your Norwegian Viking blood any day of the year. You bring yourself down here, I'll open that door and I'll have you step outside, and you'll be out there all by yourself. Or something. But that's my challenge. There you go. Thomas Fuchsbell. No. We do not talk about what's... Okay, I'm putting the Scrapple video up. Just
ブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操ゴキブリゴキブリゴキブリ体操
Okay, that was obviously the wrong click to get back to the screen, but we're now we're back. Yeah. All right. Where were we? Look at all the scrappily goodness. So what's in it? Don't test me. It's the other button. Yes, the other button. Oh, I have lots of buttons here. I even have this button, which I can push, and I'm going to push it. Don't test me. Let's see. What did I miss here? I know Tianlong is here. Where is he? I mentioned earlier that I was playing with AI. I was trying to make an AI image of Tianlong, but that's when I started getting tails coming out of kneecaps and 7 fingers and 2 noses. So really, I said otter earlier. I was trying to protect the guilty, but I was trying to make a nice picture for Tianlong, but it just didn't work. First off, Tianlong has these things growing out of his face. I'm like, okay, what do I tell the AI? What are these? Are they whiskers? It gave him like this giant beard. Are they noodles? It made actual fucking noodles. Are they, what do you? I don't know. What the fuck do you call those things? And Austin Schmuck says, and here's an old reference, the man with 2 noses. And yes, for those of you who remember the old skit, and now for something completely different, a man with 3 buttocks. We have with us Mr. Arthur Frampton, who... Mr. Frampton, whereas most people have 2... If you're unfamiliar with Monty Python's Flying Circus, the man with 3 buttocks, you can look it up yourselves. Ace says, how does a man with 2 noses smell? Awful! There, I said it. Oh boy, this is a lot of fun, at least for me. I don't know about you lot, but it's a lot of fun for me. I have these extra windows open. I should probably close them. Here it is. Okay, those of you, we're going to keep moving on. Vivaka sent me a Garfield strip for Remembrance Day, and let's just say that it missed the mark. I just saw it, and okay, I'm a comic. Our job as clowns is to make people laugh. Our job as clowns is to give people a good feeling, to lighten their spirits. Sometimes the joke misses its mark. Jim Davis seriously fucking missed the mark with that one. Let's just leave it at that. All right. So where were we? Nikolai Tiger says, I'm tanked, so of course it's fun. Well, of course, yes. And Sky Leung says, if a man has two noses, I'd figure he'd smell pretty good, since he'd be able to tell if he has even the slightest bit of BO. Let us paraphrase something that I recall from Victor Borge. The man with one eye can see better than the man with two eyes, because the man with one eye can see the other man's two eyes. And actually, that's as far as that one got. Mr. Morningstar, just hopping on one last time tonight. Mr. Morningstar, thank you for hopping on one last time, and I will communicate. Hope you all stay safe and stay awesome. All of you, kindly stay safe, kindly stay awesome in the name of Mr. Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar, good night. We shall see you next month, I hope. I see a lot of people talking about AC 2024. I would love to comment, but I cannot. Yeah, AC 2024 is going to be fucking awesome. That's all I'm allowed to say. You will find out. You will find out. Why will it be fucking awesome? Because I have the most fucking awesome staff any convention chairman could ever hope or pray to have. And they are putting their noses to the grindstone. And they have come up with some shit that is going to blow your socks clear off of your ears. But we will wait until the appropriate time for you to experience what I'm talking about. All right. What else is going on? Vivaka says, I get very anxious about how other people perceive my scent. Well, Vivaka, you're a furry. That's everybody thinks the same way. Yeah. Yeah. Danny says, I will be there during AC 2024. Danny, if I arrange the same sort of pre-convention professional meeting at our wine cellar next year, will you also go? Because I arranged this past year a sort of pre-convention professional meeting for our various partners across the world at our wine cellar. It was meant to be a very, very highbrow meeting in the minds, a very cerebral discussion, a very high level, like detente. It turned into a giant piss up. I'm hoping next year to make it less of a piss up and more of a highbrow, etc., etc., etc. Yes. Yes. And Danny says, we will go to Chicago a good amount of days before we're going to Pittsburgh. Okay, if you want to go to Chicago, sure, you do that. Mr. Martin, okay. This is important. Mr. Morningstar, what is your opinion on the Brony fandom? My opinion on the Brony fandom is that they are indistinguishable from the furry fandom. All of the things that I say, all of the praises that I heap, all of the wonderful reviews I give of the furry fandom apply to the Brony fandom as well. These are people who I will state categorically and unabashedly are furries who simply have a particularly narrow focus on what they like about furry fandom. I have no less admiration or respect for bronies as I have for any subset of the furry fandom. I have visited BronyCon. I have been an ambassador to BronyCon. I have been involved with both fandoms. And I would be very, very remiss if I were to state that there's a difference between them. There is not. Furries like furry stuff. Bronies like this particular flavor of furry stuff. What I can state is that on more than one occasion, I have been on stage with the microphone, and I have mentioned bronies, or I've mentioned BronyCon, or I've mentioned something about our friends in that fandom. And I heard furries groan or make noises of derision. And that pissed me off. I heard that groan. I heard those noises of derision. And I stopped. I brought the entire show to a halt. And I said, now stop, wait. I said, BronyCon, bronies. And then I heard it again. The moan, the derisive noises. Oh, so I want to make sure I understand what I'm hearing right now. I just mentioned something that you all don't understand, and because you don't understand it, you have decided that it is childish or somehow low class and worthy of your scorn. Is that familiar to you, Fluffy? And that usually shuts them up. Furries are the absolute last people who should think they have the right to point and laugh at anybody else. Positive Tiger Gaming. What about bronies and furries work together as one big team? When I've got hardcore bronies wearing Anthracon staff badges and wearing my safety vests, we're already there. We are already there. Let's see. And as Yuchan points out, Digo is a brony as well. You can be both. You can. It's a label. It is like a label somebody slapped on you, and all of us should be sensitive about having labels slapped on us. This person dreams about this. What right do I have to slap a label on that person's dreams and then further to judge that person's dreams? As a dreamer myself, one that shuns labels. I am the absolute last, very, very last person that has any sort of right to slap a label on and judge someone else's dream. Any furry that feels they have the right to judge somebody else's dream can get the fuck right out now. There, I said it, and I am glad I said it, and I will stand by it. Furries are dreamers. And as a dreamer, you have no fucking right to judge another person's dream. Dave Nevia says, I just got here. I have no idea what the hell is going on. Dave, that's every single Winestream since I started this, so welcome to the melee. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, Drewster Demon said, preach Kage. I thought it said peach Kage. I'm like, peaches, peaches, peaches. These are brand new glasses. I just got them Thursday. I'm still getting used to them. Actually, wait a minute. They gave me this shit. I'll get the fingerprints off here. Okay. And apparently Dave Nevius also thought it said peach Kage. Peaches, 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 peaches. There we go. Oh, there you are. All right, there you go. All right. Marek the Wolf says, where the hell is Wake Forest and Raleigh? Wake Forest is not in Raleigh, Marek. Wake Forest is west and north of Raleigh. It's a different town. Okay, we got Raleigh, we got Durham, we got Wake Forest. It's a different town. Go to Google Maps. It will teach you. There you go. And Valaka says, yes, millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. As aforementioned, peaches for free. Nom, 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 nom. Ah, there we go. I just went back to, I haven't been on the camera for the past 20 minutes. I'm glad we're still broadcasting. Nom, 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 nom. Mr. Morningstar asked an interesting question. What is your opinion on John Delancey's Q character on Star Trek? Okay. Mr. Morningstar, I shall answer you very, very candidly. My opinion of the character is that the character is very, very interesting. The concept of the Q, we saw this in the original Star Trek series with Tremaine, this species, this advanced civilization, if you will, this advanced intellect, the Q. Call it Q, call it Tremaine. From a literary standpoint, it is very, very interesting. Now, John Delancey's portrayal of the Q, that is a different level. And that is where I will point to an actor who has mastered the role. John Delancey, in the role of Q, or Discord or any characters that follow the Q model. He has owned that role. Mr. Delancey, as the actor who portrays Q to the masses, I think is the absolute apex of that role. No other actor that I can envision could fulfill that role to the extent that Mr. Delancey has. You asked a simple question, but that is a complex answer. The character is intriguing from a literary standpoint, but the portrayal of that character by that particular actor is the sort of thing that comes along once in a generation. And Mr. Delancey has nailed it. Dave Nevius says, was it? You are correct. I believe it was Trelane, not Tremaine. Remember, I'm a kid from the 70s. We grew up with Disney. Yes, it was Trelane. You are correct. I apologize for that. The singular scene when Mr. Delancey as Q takes Captain Picard back to antediluvian times, to the primordial soup, and points out to him essentially those two molecules. They could combine and create the future we all know, or they could not. That was extremely deep. But the role required a level of flippancy, a level of disconnect, a godlike level, a deity level disconnection. And Mr. Delancey did that remarkably. Dave Nevius says, an infinitely better justification of your slip-up would be to say that you're drunk. That's very, very kind of you, Dave Nevius, but I could also say that I made a mistake. And as a scientist, I had goddamn well better be comfortable saying I made a mistake. Yes, it was Trelane. When I grew up, the concept of Tremaine, Johnny Tremaine and the Sons of Liberty, blah, blah, blah. You had to have been born in the 70s to understand that jingoistic bullshit. But yes, it was Trelane, not Tremaine. Thank you very much. And Haiku Art says the noodle is drunkenly... Oh, he is? Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Let's fix that. Yes, stand-in Ronnie has apparently had a little bit too much to drink. He's... There we go. There we are. Right. Oh, no. And yes, Marek points out the last episode of The Next Generation, all good things. And yes, Mr. Delancey's performance is Discord in My Little Pony. I will also point out when there was an attempt to make the be-all and end-all of My Little Pony conventions, that was I dare not speak the name because it might come back to bite me. But yes, Las Pegasus Unicon. A catastrophic failure of a convention, one of their guests was Mr. Delancey, who could have just headed back home to Hollywood, but he recognized that a bunch of stupid kids tried to put on a convention and got in over their heads. Mr. Delancey, threw his clout and his weight in to try to bail them out. I don't know Mr. Delancey. I've never met him. I would like to someday. But as a convention organizer, what I saw was this man who had absolutely nothing to gain by trying to bail these stupid-ass kids out. But he did it anyway. So here is Mr. Delancey for that simple, small act of humanity. Oh dear. I still have a little bit left. Having spilled some of this, tell you what, this is the last of the Riesling aus Österreich. That is Austrian Riesling. Pardon me. When this glass is done, I shall stay this... When this glass is done, the stream shall be done as well, but maybe it might be earlier than that because I'm having trouble saying it. Thomas Fuchsball, I wonder what the hymn of the Federation is. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Rhein. Actually, no, I don't think that's what it is. Just remember, the whole concept of the United Federation of Planets came about in the 1960s. And it was sort of modeled by what was going on with the politics of the 1960s. A great idea on paper, but deeply flawed. Mr. Morningstar, do you think there is any possibility of us as humans eventually getting advanced enough to become like Q, or at least similar? Mr. Morningstar, I am going to ask you if you want my honest answer to that question. If you really want my honest answer to that question, we're going to move right along, shall we? Positive Tiger Gaming, how was everyone's Halloween? My Halloween was spectacular. I bought a lot of candy that I don't like to give it out to children, and no children came, so I brought it to work and got rid of it. Yes. And Heiko Art says he'll just sing the Singaporean national anthem. Yes. Oh, Luma the Dutch Ancient Dragon. I wanted to thank you and your patrons, my patrons, for this wonderful stream. I've had a bad start to my month, and getting to just listen while I work has been helpful in forgetting my problems for a bit. Well, Luma, first off, thank you very much for sharing that. And second off, I'm a comic. I'm a clown. That's what we do. I want to thank you very much. You had a bad start to your month, and if whatever the hell I'm doing right now is making it better, then I'm very, very glad to have done that, because that's the entire reason we do what we do. So thank you. Mr. Morningstar, you really want the answer to that question. Is there any possibility us as humans eventually will become advanced enough to become like Q, or at least similar? No. Mr. Morningstar, our species will destroy itself long before that. Mankind, in the form that we now enjoy it, will be gone within the next century. I'm sorry to break it to you. We have all these wonderful, lofty ambitions. The human race has infinite potential, but infinity plus one potential for destroying itself. And unfortunately, that's where we're headed right now. You asked, I answered. That's my opinion. In 100 years, if I'm proven wrong, oh, goody, yay, I was wrong. Oh, what a terrible thing. But who was the wise person? Was it really Einstein, or was it apocryphal? Some wise person was asked what World War III would be like. And that wise person said, I don't know, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I'm in that camp. Humanity is far too self-absorbed. We are far too caught up with our own ambitions to godhood. But like all species, we will find our end. Billions of years of evolution have shown us species have risen and fallen. Civilizations have risen and fallen. Ours will rise and fall. There is absolutely no reason to believe that we shall continue to be on top, if we even are now. My only hope, my only prayer, is that I'm dead and gone when the time comes when all of this falls down. Oh, Boozy is here. Boozy says, we're at the maudlin portion. Now, I have a question for Boozy. That orange demon that you invited into your home, that you don't believe is the harbinger of the downfall of humanity, do you still intend to nurture it and bring about the end of human civilization? Answer me now, sir. I'll wait. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, it is not a cat. This is not a cat. This is the embodiment of the Antichrist. The birth of the spawn of Satan showed itself on the doorstep of our friend, and he took it in and let it watch him poop. Explain yourself now, sir. I shall wait. Apparently, he has climbed into the badger's lap. And this is the end of the discussion. Need I remind you, he is orange? Fully orange, head to toe. I've seen photos. Oh, I also noticed Boozy. Okay, Danny, be very, very careful. You say you're waiting for you here in Brazil next year. Are you sure? I mean, are you very sure? We can make it happen. But once you have had a badger, there is no going back. And Boozy says, you see, my need to save the world from him is slightly less than my need to get cat love. My need to save the world from him is slightly less than my need to get cat love. I do not understand. I'm just going to leave it at that. I do not understand what the hell you're talking about. And Boozy says, I'm like a vampire. I suck. He said it. I didn't. It's right there. You can read it in the channel. I'm like a vampire. I suck. That's what he says. By the way, Boozy, where the hell have you been? I have been saying a lot of things that you would have been saying, shut the hell up, but you weren't here. Now they're already said, and I want to know what you intend to do about it. He's my lawyer, after all. It's his job. He needs to fix it. You were not eating chili, goddammit. You were eating meat soup. Admit it. Okay, folks, we need to clarify something right now. Chili is a dish that contains chili spices and meat, but it also contains beans. It might only have 1 or 2 beans. If you completely eradicate the beans, you have meat soup. You no longer have chili. Discuss. It does require beans, my boy. I'm sorry. Even a single bean. Marek says it requires beans. Aldea Carufus says my chili has no meat, but Aldea Carufus, you're a fucking communist. We're not listening to you. Boozy says your bean venue. Help me. Somebody help me out. Your bean. Never mind. I'm not going to read that. Thank you, Ace. Bienvangalism. Yes. Kage going door to door asking people if they've heard the word of beans. That's not me. That is not me. Because I can point to exactly who that is. That's Teaselbone. Teaselbone is the one going to door asking if people have heard the word of beans. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Hang on. I don't know if we are on... I have to make sure we are on an equal ground here. Mr. Badger. How much have you had to consume this evening, sir? Because I steadfastly refuse to engage a sober individual in intellectual discourse. Answer me. Answer me now, goddammit. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, you're looking up Teaselbone on your own time. Boozy says, I am sober. I have 8 chili. Grammar, sir. Grammar, please. I have 8 chili. Mr. Badger says, I would engage in a battle of the wills. I would engage in a battle of the wits, but you seem to have been disarmed. Hey, you. Yeah, you. You with the beard and the law degree. I'm taking the old lady up to Pennsylvania for Thanksgiving next week. You want to get together? I'm just saying, send me a note, okay? Not just me, the old lady as well. You know who I'm talking about, the old lady. Yeah, we're going to be in your town next week. Drop me a note. No, not the week. Oh, yeah. By next week, I mean the next week after next week. The next week after the next week. That is the next. Thank you, Chen. And Boozy says, are you hitting on me on stream? Yes. I am a desperate, lonely old man, and you're the only one that is paying attention to me. So if you could kindly send me a response, I'd be very, very grateful. Yes, Thanksgiving week. That's what it. Anyway, yeah. I'm taking the old lady over Thanksgiving. We're gonna have Thanksgiving with family and shit on Thursday, and then gonna be a bunch of stupid shit on Friday. But Saturday, if you want to do some kind of breakfast shit on Saturday of Thanksgiving, send me an email because we'll be in town. I'll have the old lady with me. We'll talk about that. Okay. But we have to have scrapple. Do not call it gristle loaf. We will have scrapple. You'll eat it and like it. Okay? All right. All right. As I said, when this shit's done, the stream is done. Dave Nevius, whose side are you on? It is not gristle loaf. It is called scrapple. It is the food of the gods. It is absolutely the apex of culinary evolution. It is like the swine has found themselves on the next level of nirvana. They have been collected by the Valkyrie and taken to the halls of whatever the hell the Vikings call that shit. And now they are made into scrapple. Yes. Hang on. I recognize a trap. Mr. Morningstar, are you too afraid to chug that wine? Mr. Morningstar, you can fuck right off. No, I am not going to chug this shit. Vovaka put it. Yes, vanilla. Yes. The swine have reached the halls of vanilla. Because chocolate is too lofty for the help me out. Somebody help me out here. Here we go. Brucey says, I need the Brucey voice. Reminder. This is a man who refers to beanless chili as meat soup. But God forbid you should call Scrapple Gristleloaf, I shall point out that I was eating Scrapple when you were still in short pants in a dirt floor cabin in Kentucky. You hick. I said it, and I'm glad I said it. Nom, nom, nom. By the way, somebody write down, since we are going to be visiting Pennsylvania over Thanksgiving week, and I won't remember any of this shit, could somebody kindly send me an email and say, "Psst, dude, you have to go visit Boozy after Thanksgiving." Yeah. And Boozy is saying, Boozy, sitting here eating pen with William Scrapple himself. And that is absolutely fine. That is academically pristine for the level of yes, you exactly. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes. I want to point out these are new glasses. I just got them on Thursday, and we are working on. Yes, exactly. By the way, when this glass is done, I think the stream might also be done, because I'm pretty sure we cleaned up the stuff I spilled on the floor earlier. I hope so. Vavaka says, "Go home, Kage, you're drunk." I am home, Vavaka, and once this glass is done. And Boozy says, "I like to think his neighbors heard him yell that." Okay, Boozy, let me point out. My neighbors downstairs are old people and they're deaf. The neighbors upstairs I don't like, so fuck them. Okay, right. So we are all on the... Dave Nebius, are you still in the fish bowl tilting to one side phase of your new glasses? Okay, if you're talking about doing this, yes, I'm still in that phase, yes. Right. Deathseer. Deathseer is here. Hello, Deathseer. Where the hell have you been? We've been waiting for you for the past goddamn 4 hours. Jesus Christ. You're late, dude. Right. Keto. Why don't you like your names? Okay, the people above me are extremely genteel, but not entirely considerate. They're very, very noisy. I call them the upper Florosaurus. You might, in fact, hear like this pounding noise. It's just them walking about. Yeah. Okay, Boozy, I am going to drive up to Pennsylvania. I'm going to bitch slap you for that right now. That was the worst of the worst, and I'm just terribly upset I didn't think of it before you did. All right, where are we? Yes, Dave Nevius. Genteel, but not entirely considerate. Yeah, you're correct. Deathseer, you're going to FWA. That's actually a very good question, Deathseer. I've not been to FWA for a number of years, for a number of reasons. Some of those reasons have fallen by the wayside, but FWA is number one at a very, very awkward time frame. And also, it is very, very difficult to get hotel space at FWA, so I don't think I'm going to be going this year. Oh, quotation marks. Quotation marks is here. I would stand up out of respect because of all of the folk who have joined this bullshit tonight, QM is one of the folk I hold in the highest of esteem. Unlike your spouse, who is a mendicant, it doesn't matter. I would kick him in the groin and like, you know, throw cigarette butts on him. But QM is here, and for that I shall raise a glass. Let's see. Desier says, I am sure you're friends with the CEOs. Let's move on, shall we? Positive Tiger Gamer says, my goal is AC possible for my first convention. I think you would enjoy the first convention. And Boozy Badger says, I am a reprobate. I did not think that you were a probate lawyer. I thought you were a trial lawyer. I've read about probate and stuff, and I honestly didn't think that was your... yes, that's what's going on here. How about that sports team? Are you talking about the Eagles of Pennsylvania, or are you talking about the North Carolina sports team, which is the Tar Heel Pirates East? Yes, the Tar Heel Pirates East of North Carolina. Yes, right. Yay, good on them for the oh yes, the Chiefs. The Chiefs. Apparently we have Chiefs and we have Panthers. Yes, the Carolina Panther Chiefs. Yay, good. Yes, yay, Carolina Panther Chiefs for your sports ball contributions. I hope you make a lot of field goals in the end zone. Boozy Badger says, he's cute when he struggles to sound like he knows what he's doing. You know, actually, that is amazing, because that's exactly what my boss said last week on my annual performance evaluation. That's amazing. That wow. Apparently, you and my boss know me very, very well. That's incredible, because those were his exact words. And apparently, the Carolina Panther Bulls are winning against the Tampa Bay. And Boozy says, the boss called me cute. No, the boss said I was cut. It's just a matter of silent E. Just like, you know how the song goes? You know, who can turn a man into a main? Who can turn a vine into a vein? It's just whatever with silent E. It's basically, that's how it works, yeah. Tianlong says even cuter when he starts trying to speak Asian. Kaneda bochachi, bye. All right. Mr. Morningstar, what's the worst NFL team in your opinion? All of them. Yes, no, absolutely not. Yes. Tianlong says, how did your boss know you're a cut? Tian, how do you think I got a raise this year? You do what you have to do, son. Right. uh, and Dave Navius says, I remember when people thought habaneros, what the hell has that got to do with anything? All right. Oh, there was something I was going to do tonight. And, okay, here's the thing. I was going to do it, and maybe I would. I'll be right back. Hang on. Stop. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Let me get this shit here. Yeah. All right. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna do this tonight, but then I opted against it. I was given this shit. They called it the double cock. And I thought, okay, I'll do this tonight. But then I thought, no, I won't, because there's not enough time. But since we're coming to the end of okay, maybe I should. It says artificially spicy chicken flavor ramen. Because it's artificial, it can't be that very, very spicy, right? So, excuse me. So the question is, do we end the stream like now, or do I do this shit? Thomas Foxbell says, do it next stream. Of course, Boozy says do it, which means I'm not going to do it because that son of a bitch does not have my best interest in mind. Right. Okay. Oh, whoa, what the fuck just happened? Okay, we have a, sorry. There was a brief, don't worry about it. And Vavaka says, is it about the dick pic I actually sent you? I'm going to look at my emails. I'm going to see that dick pic. Okay, so anyway, apparently the, okay, apparently from what I'm saying is we should do this next stream. I'm not listening to Boozy because if it's not legal advice, it's usually bad advice. Oh, Deathseer's off to bed. Good night, Deathseer. Blah, blah, blah. All right, okay, so we should do that next time. So when we do the next stream, we will enjoy the double dick chicken bull dock double cock artificial spicy chicken ramen, whatever the shit. We'll do that next time. Okay, yeah. And Boozy, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my lawyer is speaking up. To be fair, I will always advise you to do the thing that will amuse me the most. Right. Well, we could do that. Emerson says, where does it say that on the bag? Emerson says it right here. Okay, have a look. Okay, it says artificially spicy ramen chicken flavored, but you do you see the chicken holding the bomb and the spicy and yeah, okay. This is basically a rooster with two cocks. There is a drop down for affinity. This is the double cocked rooster, and I'm guessing on the next stream we will yes, right. Right. It's a terrorist chicken, absolutely. Oh, yes. Thomas Fuchs, bull dak is the Korean ramen. That's what that means, yes. Now, I shall point out something that, maybe we should record this for next time. This is not going to be on stream, but in the upcoming weeks, my little favorite watering hole, Triangle Wine, they're having a wine tasting. They have asked me and Ronnie, who is coming down to help with this. They're going to be offering in this wine tasting as an, shall we say, a value-added thing. You go to the wine tasting and you slip them an extra, I think we're talking about $20. We're going to be opening a bottle of Dasai Beyond. It is the holy grail of sakes, the be-all and end-all of sakes. They're going to be offering that at this wine tasting. And I have finagled my way to coordinate this so that I get it for free. You see how that shit works, right? Yes, Dasai Beyond. We've heard about Dasai 45 with the 45% polish ratio. We've heard about Dasai 39 with the 39% polish ratio. We've heard about Dasai 23. Dasai Beyond is a mystical sake. They do not announce the polishing ratio, but the rumor has it that the polishing ratio of Dasai Beyond is 7. A polishing ratio of 7%. That bottle would be opened at Triangle Wine on the 9th of December, specifically for patrons of the wine tasting that evening. Is it on their site yet? I don't know. I don't run their site, but go to Triangle Wine's site and look for their their wine tasting for December 9th. That is when we shall do this. Boozy says, oh, Bull Dak. No, it's Bull Dak, not bullshit. Bull Dak. There it is. Bull Dak. Yeah. Durs says, I'll be in chemotherapy that either. Durs, I shall wish you the absolute best of luck for that particular time. I understand that it's going to be a little bit busy for you that day. Here is my earnest hope that with all you have to go through, it will all come out well in the end. I recently showed some friends the remarkable movie, The Best Exotic Marigold Hotel. It is an exquisite film. If you've not seen it, I highly recommend it. But there is an Indian saying that they put forth in that actually I have adopted and has served me very, very well in times of tribulation. That saying is this: everything will be all right in the end. And if it's not all right, then it's not the end. Om nom nom. Let's see. What else is going on out here? All of a sudden, I notice my phone is like lighting up with shit. Oh, Ronnie's sending photos. Oh, dude, I can't show that to people. That's dirty. Oh, no, it's not. But now, what? Okay, the question is, what has Boozy sent? I'm very, very terrified. No! How did you get to be a lawyer? Aren't you supposed to be like a fucking professional? You're a goddamn pervert. There, I said it. I'm going to show that to my mother. I'm going to show that to my mom. I'm going to tell her you sent that. And you know what she's going to say? Actually, I don't want to think about that. Let's move on to the next subject, shall we? Right. Vavaka says, did you see some of the old photos of Cheetah pulling out from... No. Okay, Vavaka. No, what the hell are you talking about? No. I said, we're not going to talk about that publicly, about Cheetah's pulling out. No, absolutely not. No. And Positive Tiger Gamer says, I feel bad for Grandma Kage to see the photo. Positive Tiger Gamer. I think that was sent to me from her phone. Don't feel bad about it. See, okay. Here's the problem I have to deal with. Here's what you all need to understand. We've got Grandma Kage, a sweet, dainty little old lady, very, very proper. And over here we've got Boozy Badger, low class, absolutely bottom of the barrel, whatever the fuck. These two send pictures to each other. And occasionally I see the exchange that Boozy is sending to my darling, sweet, sainted, innocent, little old lady mom. And I see what he's sending to her. And I am furious. And then I see what she sends back to him. And I am mortified, humbled. I'll tell you what, let's reset. We're gonna read. Okay, reset your minds. Let's start again. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna start again. Mr. Badger, I shall hear nothing further of you about what you've been sending to my dear and sainted mother. We're going to start afresh. Here we go. Right. So in the time I have left in this class, have we anything? And Thomas Fuchs, I cannot reset my mind. I have to think of the collection she. Okay. Particularly, Tom, you must not consider my mom's furry art collection. I want all of you to put that out of your minds right now. She is a very, very high-class, elegant, sweet little old lady. Anything that you have heard about her furry art collection, you must now put out of your mind, set aside. It is no longer part of the conversation, okay? Let's just start afresh, okay? It's like Sylvester and Tweety Bird. You know Granny from there? Let's go with that. Okay, let's keep moving. Right. Okay, so where are we now? Yeah. Okay. Didn't she win a game of Cards Against Humanity? That was Foxamore's Da. You're mistaking my mother for Foxamore's Da. That was, and Nikolai Tiger. My mind just decided to go there. Okay, Nikolai, stop thinking about that. Go to a totally different place. Bavaka, do I have to bring up the Hamburg incident? There is no objective evidence to support the Hamburg incident with my mom. We're discounting everything. In the lack of objective evidence, we are not discussing the Hamburg incident any further. We're going to stop right now. Okay. All right. Boozy says no. Okay. Danny says, why do you have 2 watches? Do you really want the answer to that question? Do you honestly want the answer to that question? All right, I'll tell you. This is a Fitbit. Yay. This is a monitor. When you're an old man, sometimes you need this shit. If you really want the details, I'll tell you. But let's just leave it there for now. Right. And Keto says they're both for time zones for each country's national anthem. Let me know when it's time for me to sing either the Singaporean or the United States or the French. Let me know when I need to sing a national anthem. I still have some booze. Give me a national anthem, give me a country, and we'll work on that. Yes. Yeah. And Boozy says, are we at the help I've fallen and can't get up levels already, Boozy? Yes, 'cause I'm old. Tianlong says, Canada is calling. Oh my God. The flags are way back there. We'll do without the flags, yep. Danny says, I need to learn the Brazilian national anthem. I could. Could I sing it in, like, Malay? Because it's very hard for me to learn new words. All right. Since we have so many multinational people here, all right. Okay. This is close to Singapore. There we go. Mari kita rakyat Singapura sama-sama menuju bahagia. Cita-cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Everyone now. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru. Majulah Singapura, majulah Singapura. Play ball, but I'll throw it down here instead. Now, we can do the Canadian national anthem because there's more Chinese people in Canada than there are Canadian people. Oh, wait, okay. Pandez is here. Okay. Sorry. The fact that Pandez is here means we have to do the Canadian national anthem. And this is the stand-in for Canada's flag because, as I said, there's more Chinese people in Canada than there are in Canada. All right. It's Mariki Tara Kiat. No, somebody help me out. How's this start? That's Rule Britannia. Fuck. Hey, got it. Oh, Canada, my home and ramen land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing noodles we make with hot water and make our ramen. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Excuse me. God keep our land until we need it back. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. All right, okay, we need the more modern version. Oh, gosh, I don't... Hey, hang on. We need this. Here we go. All right, everyone. If you know the words, I would ask you kindly to rise and join us on the chorus. Here we go. Our country reeks of trees. Our yaks are really large, and they smell like rotting beef carcasses. And we have to clean up after them. Our sandals are the best. We proudly wear women's clothing, and searing sand blows up our skirts. And the buzzards, they soar overhead, and poisonous snakes will devour us whole. Our bones will bleach in the sun, and we will probably go to... And that is our great reward for being the Royal Canadian Kilted Yaxmen. Right. So what's next? By the way, we're nearly done. When this glass is done, so shall this stream be. Done. So what's going on here? By the way, how many people are still watching? Oh, 40 people still watching. Well, thank you, 40 people worldwide. Boozy, how's that wine coming there, buddy? This is all I have left, my dear fellow. And when this glass is done, so shall the wine be. But maybe we can do more of this shit. Hang on. Apparently there is no music left. Daniel Lauderdale says, does Anthragon still have an anthem? The anthem is called Pittsburgh Makes Me Drunk and Then It Rains. But I dare not sing that because I get a copyright strike. And Wolfcat Wildcat says, being Remembrance Day, we still have trouble not singing God Save the Queen. Now it's God Save the King. Okay. Yeah, you could sing that. Or you could sing a different song. I'll get a copyright strike for this too. But since I'm wearing this shit, I think that I have earned the right to sing it. Because we started this stream out talking about how wars are never fought by the guys who start it. They're fought by a bunch of fucking slubs who wind up crippled, blind, driven to insanity. Here's my next copyright strike. Now when I was a young man, I carried a bag, and I lived the free life of a rover. From Murray's green basin to the dusty outback, I waltzed my Matilda all over. Then in 1916, the country said, son, it's time to stop rambling, there's work to be done. So they gave me a tin hat, and they gave me a gun, and they shipped me away to the war. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda as our ship pulled away from the quay. Amidst all the cheers, the flag waving and tears, we sailed off for Gallipoli. How well I remember that terrible day when our blood stained the sand and the water, and how in that hell that they called Suvla Bay, we were butchered like lambs at the slaughter. Johnny Turkey was ready and he armed himself well. He chased us with bullets and he rained us with shells, and in 5 minutes flat we were blown all to hell. Nearly blew us back home to Australia. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda as we stopped to bury our slain. We buried ours, and the Turks buried theirs, and we started all over again. Now those who were living just tried to survive, and that mad world of blood, death, and slaughter. And for 10 weary weeks I kept myself alive, while all around me the corpses piled higher. Then a big Turkish shell knocked me ass overhead, and when I awoke in me hospital bed, and I saw what it had done, and I wish I were dead. Never knew there was worse things than dying. For no more I'll go waltzing Matilda all around the green bush far and near. For the hump tent and pegs, a man needs both legs. No more waltzing Matilda for me. They collected the wounded, all the cripples and the maimed, and they shipped us back home to Australia. All the legless, the armless, the blind, the insane, all those proud wounded heroes of Suvla. And as our ship pulled in the circular quay, I looked at the place where me legs used to be. And thanks Christ there was no one there waiting for me, to grieve and to mourn and to pity. And the band played Waltzin' Matilda as they carried us down the gangway. But nobody cheered. They just stood there and stared, and they turned all their faces away. And now every April I sit on my porch and I watch the parade pass before me. And I watch my old comrades, how proudly they march, remembering old dreams of past glory. And the old men march slowly, all bent, stiff, and sore, the weary old heroes of a forgotten war. And the young people ask, what are they marching for? And I ask myself the same question. And the band plays Waltzin' Matilda, and the old men still answer the call. But year by year, their number grows fewer. Someday no one will march there at all. Waltzin' Matilda, Waltzin' Matilda, who'll go a waltzin' Matilda with me? And their ghosts may be heard as they march by the billabong. Who'll go a waltzin' Matilda with me? Let's move on, shall we? Longtooth. Did they beat the drum slowly? Did they play the pipes boldly? Tell you what, when this glass is empty, we'll answer that question. Oh, Jesus McLeod says, Uncle Crocky, how you doing? After 2 bottles, I am doing exquisitely. Thank you very much. And Boozy says it's 1915, not 1916. Boozy, I'm going to use your own words against you. Do you have to be an insufferable pedant all the time? Forgive me, I'm drunk, my dear boy. But then again, Boozy is correct. He is as much a student of history as I am. So I apologize if I've gotten the year wrong. We're nearly done. When this is done, so am I. And Boozy says, actually, you're correct. Literally my job description. I forgot, my boy. Yes, that is what you're here for. I'll sing one more song as we come to the end of this stream. And Marek says, and apparently there was an attempted break in a place, so I might get caught away. Well, Marek, I hope it's not serious. Yea, you. So indeed. Yeah. As I started this stream out, this is the 11th of November. Here in the United States, we very, very jingoistically call it Veterans Day. It's known worldwide as Remembrance Day. This was set up as a holiday many, many years ago as an observation, of an end of what was to that time the most ghastly, horrific events of warfare that humanity had ever seen. When that hour came, 11 o'clock in the morning, Central European time on November 11th of 1918, when silence fell, and these men on the Western Front, for the first time, heard nothing. No guns, no explosions, no machine guns, no bullets. It was a momentous event. A momentous event. Let me say that in English. Thank you very much. And after the horrors that they had seen, which defy description to this day, it was honestly believed that they had made warfare so ghastly, so unimaginably horrific, that it could never happen again. It was a wonderful thought. It didn't last for very long, but it was a wonderful thought. And as I stated at the beginning of the stream, this little pin that I'm wearing here is very, very common in Europe, not here in the United States. In the blasted hellscape of no man's land of World War I, one of the first signs of life that returned was the humble poppy, the red poppy. It's a weed, let's be honest. The first sign of life to return in this absolutely devastated hellscape was this simple little red flower, and this then became the symbol of both hope and remembrance. And those of you who are here for the intro video that I worked so hard on, but if you were not here, I shall quote it now. There was a Canadian field surgeon. He was with the Canadian Army. When he saw these little red flowers growing in this empty, desolate landscape, he wrote these words in this wonderful little poem that became very, very well known. And we would have hoped that this poem would have been the last that we would have needed, but it was not. But we will recite it now. In Flanders fields, the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row that mark our place. While in the sky the larks, still bravely singing, fly still scarce heard among the guns below. We are the dead. Scarce days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved. And now we lie in Flanders fields. Thank you, Boozy. He has given us the lyrics there as well. And you're correct. The gentleman who wrote those words did not survive the war. It was John McRae. All right, my next copyright strike for the evening. A song that was taught to me by the most esteemed, remarkable old friend of mine, Marianne Marcinkiewicz. I've lost track of her in the ensuing 40 years since we met. Marianne, I don't suppose you're watching this stream, and I am very, very certain you're not, but I would like to state that the gangly, awkward young teenager you met those many years ago has never forgot the lessons that you taught him, especially the lessons in song. And Vavaka says, you might call a poppy a weed. You're correct. It survived. Marianne taught me this song, and here's my next copyright strike for the evening. And I apologize if I might be off key, but I seem to be off key tonight. Here's where I wish Boozy were here with his dulcimer. Because if I could sing this song with Boozy's dulcimer, that would be epic. We shall simply have to wait until we meet again in Pennsylvania. This song harkens back to a particular war, but it really is very, very timeless because I grew up in the Vietnam War. I watched it happen. I've watched a lot of wars happen since then, and they're all the same. And as I said when I started this stream, I knew men who fought in World War II. I knew men who fought in World War I. I knew men who fought in the Spanish-American War. And I think all of them would agree with the sentiment that came up with this particular song. Boozy probably already knows what I'm going to sing, but I'll do it anyway. I just wish I had an accompaniment. Well, how do you do, Private William McBride? Do you mind if I sit here down by your graveside and rest for a while in the warm summer sun? I've been walking all day, Lord, and I'm nearly done. I see by your gravestone you were only 19 when you joined the brave fallen back in 1916. Well, I hope you died quick, and I hope you died clean. Or Willie McBride, was it slow and obscene? Did they beat the drum slowly? Did they sound the pipe slowly? Did the rifles fire o'er you when they lowered you down? Did the bugles pay the last post in chorus? And did the pipes play the flowers of the forest? And did you leave a wife or a sweetheart behind? And some loyal heart is your memory enshrined. And though you died back in 1916, in that loyal heart are you forever 19? Or are you just a stranger without even a name, forever enshrined behind a glass pane, in an old photograph torn, tattered, and stained, and fade into yellow in a brown leather pane? Did they beat the drums slowly? Did they sound the pipes slowly? Did the rifles fire o'er you as they lowered you down? Did the bugles play the last post in chorus? And did the pipes play the flowers of the forest? The sun shines now on these green fields of France. Warm wind blows gently and the red poppies dance. The trenches have vanished now under the plow. No gas, no barbed wire, and no guns firing now. But here in this graveyard it is still no man's land, and the countless white crosses in mute witness stand. To man's blind indifference to his fellow man, to a whole generation who were butchered and damned. Did they beat the drums slowly? Did they sound the pipes slowly? Did the rifles fire o'er you as they lowered you down? Did the bugles play the last post in chorus? Did the pipes play the flowers of the forest? And I can't help but wonder now, Willie McBride, do all those who lie here know why they died? Did you really believe them when they told you the cause? Did you really believe that this war would end wars? I might need more. For the suffering, the sorrow, the glory, the shame, the killing, the dying, it was all done in vain. For Willie McBride, it's all happened again. And again, and again, and again, and again. And that's why we wear this emblem tonight. Because there are those of us who like to believe that we would have learned a lesson. But we haven't. You can go to CNN or MSNBC or, God forbid, Fox News tonight and see that it has all happened again and again and again and again. So, with deepest apologies on this even of Remembrance Day, since I have emptied my glasses, I am going to have to call an end to this. I'm going to leave all of you with an earnest prayer. Actually, no, I won't. I am too much a realist to believe in prayers. Let's just leave us now with this agreement. Shall we, among gentlemen? That the next time the government tells you Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, that is, it is good and just to die for your country. You young folk out there will tell them to fuck off. Because I come from a younger generation. I come from a younger generation that was easily, shall we say, suckered into this whole thing. Oh, come, fight for your country. Democracy is in peril. You have to go kill these other young men. Tell you what. If the government wants you to fight, let me simply reiterate the words of Mark Twain. Who is the government? Who is the government? In a republic, the government exists to serve the people. It is a temporary servant at that. So, let's just say this. Wearing this. As a man who knew folks who fought in the Spanish-American War, in World War I, in World War II, in the Korean War, in the Vietnam War, and all of the conflicts since then. All of these young men were told the same thing. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. It is good and great to die for your country. Don't believe it. It is neither good nor great to die for your country. We are at war now. I don't think we're ever not going to be at war. But please remember that when the government comes and tells you you have to fight, just remember, you're not fighting against the enemies of the government. You're fighting against some terrified 19-year-old kid. Your best service to humanity will be to throw that gun down and tell them, fuck you. You fight your own battles, Mr. Country. I shall leave you with that right now. Good night and God bless.